906 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. My name is Chris Hand. Welcome into the Chris Hand Show. Mac Maury producing, Ken Weaver in the newsroom, and you, the most important member of our crew, on the phone lines, super text lines all day long, 615-737-9986. We're going to be hanging out till noon. Thank you for being here. Lots of stuff happening today. Joe Biden, he calmed tensions in the Middle East. We're calm again after his trip to Israel. That's good. That's good. Do you know he's making a speech tonight on Israel and Ukraine?
Yeah, he's addressing the nation, right?
It totally screwed my prediction. I thought he was going to be off till November. After a trip like that, I thought he was going to need some rest.
But this just means since he's doubling it up, it'll be really December.
Maybe that's it. Maybe it gives some weight to the clone rumors. I don't know. Maybe this is Joe Biden
recharge.
It's Biden 2.0. So that's who's going to be coming out tonight.
More battery life.
I mean, geez, they're going to need to give him something to wake up.
Oof.
Where's Hunter? So we're gonna need something to wake up the president before his speech tonight. Oh, geez. Plus, there was an insurrection yesterday at the U.S. Capitol, incited by Rashida Tlaib. Rashida Tlaib is just like every Democrat with their mask off, I feel like. She's like, that's who they are at their core, Rashida Tlaib. And then also, we have this story, which I do think is one of the biggest stories happening right now. But it's not going to be covered to any degree it should be or would be if we didn't have all of this conflict in the Middle East. I mean, just the way the narrative in the Mockingbird media works, this story won't see the light of day, but it's massive. Twitter user Douglas Mackey sentenced to 7 months in prison after being found guilty of election interference for sharing a meme on Twitter.
What?
The meme man. He's
the meme man.
He's the meme man. So Douglas Mackey, he's the man on trials for memes. He was sentenced to 7 months in prison yesterday for his efforts to trick Hillary Clinton voters into staying home on Election Day in 2016.
Oh, yeah, we just talked about this guy. Yep.
So he was sentenced to 7 months yesterday. The meme was pretty hilarious. And also, I'll point out ahead of its time, because this was 2016. He tweeted out, hashtag, I'm with her, hashtag, go Hillary. And then the meme said, avoid the lines, vote from home, text Hillary to 59925. Now, mind you, this is before mail-in voting in 2020. So voting from home was a revolutionary idea at the time. Nobody believed it. Do you know what I mean? Like in that landscape, like it's easy for us today in 2023 to be like, well, that could have fooled some people. Well, yeah, but this was before mail-in votes and the ballot harvesting that we saw in 2020. The man just made a meme. Vote from home. Text Hillary. But the case was heard in the U.S. Court of the Eastern District of New York. So he didn't have any friendlies. There wasn't really a jury of his peers, I would wager. That would be my bet. His Twitter handle was the Ricky Vaughn. He was found guilty of the federal charge after making memes that jokingly encouraged Hillary Clinton supporters to cast their vote via text message. This is not actually a viable form of voting. Just in case you're keeping score at home. Of course, everyone knew that when the meme was posted, and there was no evidence that ever suggested any voter attempted to cast their ballot via text in response to Mackey's meme. So this is where we are in America, just going to jail for memes. That's election interference, you know? The meme he was convicted of disseminating was directed at Hillary Clinton, but other memes that he would post also instructed people to vote for president via text, including Trump supporters, so that they could vote for Trump via text also. Mackey, of course, was convicted while no one else was even charged of anything like this. The case, as the New York Times is reporting, was the first criminal case in the country involving voter suppression through the spread of disinformation on Twitter. I feel like we could pull up some more charges for voter suppression through the spread of disinformation on Twitter. More recent than 2016. Anybody remember the 51 former intelligence experts that signed a letter saying the Hunter Biden laptop was Russian disinfo? Do you remember the Russian laptop story being banned on Twitter? Is that voter suppression via memes? Feels like it. Nobody's going to be charged for that. I wouldn't reckon. You know, even former CIA Director John Brennan admitted that letter signed by 51 former intelligence officials falsely stating that Hunter Biden's laptop was Russian disinformation was political. Even John Brennan admits it. So you have one guy going to jail over a meme, which nobody could honestly prove affected the outcome of the 2016 election. I mean, if we had to rehash the 2016 election, I think the only one to blame for that would be Hillary. But then you fast forward and you have Twitter suppression, actual suppression of a New York Post story involving Hunter Biden's laptop. 51 former intelligence officials signing a letter saying it's Russian disinfo. That actually affected the outcome of the 2020 election. Many independents are on record saying they would have changed their vote had they known that laptop to be real. But you don't get in trouble for that. Get in trouble for memes. So I don't know. I have to probably go delete some memes off my Twitter.
You better download, delete, tweet.
Yeah, is that a thing?
Yeah.
All right, is that what Hillary used for her email servers?
I'm sure it is. Yes.
Delete, tweet. All right. I mean, I've probably shared some disinfo. So, no, I have, but for fun.
Well, they'll be waiting outside now. So.
They'll be outside. Good to know. All right. Also, yesterday, we learned, that I mentioned it. I mentioned it yesterday, like with the bombing in Gaza. Speaking of disinfo, this is my radio segue. Disinfo. That they say that the New York Times accuses Israel of blowing up a hospital. Then they change the headline and say, "Oh, there was a strike on a hospital." Then they change the headline, so it was just a blast. Well, I think it turned out that the bomb never even hit the hospital. The bomb didn't hit the hospital at all. It hit the parking lot. Apparently, people are even questioning the number that Hamas is saying died in the blast. Both sides lie. There's so much misinfo and disinfo in the Hamas-Israel conflict that no matter what comes out, I feel like you need to put your earmuffs on, block out what people are saying, and just look at the evidence yourself. Because clearly from the video evidence, it looks like it was a rocket blasting off into the air, breaking, falling back down. It hit the parking lot. Pictures are now revealing that it was the parking lot that took the brunt of the blast. And you can look at these pictures, and it's like, I'm looking at them and just wondering, the hospital's still there. Hospital wasn't hit. Now, I mean, was there a massive explosion? Sure. I mean, you have cars that are burnt out. You have what appears to be a small crater, a couple broken windows, but nothing like they were describing. We are constantly lied to about everything in this conflict on both sides. And again, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. If you say Israel blew up a hospital, you need to provide some evidence. And the evidence appears to me to show that it was Hamas with a malfunctioning rocket and it landed in the parking lot. It wasn't a deliberate target of a hospital. Now, Hamas are the same guys that dig up water pipes to repurpose to fire rockets. So it's not like they're the most sturdy of rocket firing capabilities. They're not the most solid. Joe Biden was asked about this yesterday, and he said, those guys got to learn how to shoot straight. Yep. I think that pretty much nailed it.
Jeez.
I mean, but he's not wrong. Like, I'll give him credit. I'll give him credit where credit's due. Like, yeah, y'all screwed that one. I'm fair and impartial. He's right. They messed that one up. That's on you guys. You blew yourselves up. I'm sorry. That's bad luck, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, new evidence shows that it was the parking lot that was hit. Of course, everybody jumps to say it was Israel, which is, but both sides do this. Both sides do this. If there's an extraordinary claim, everybody goes and runs and starts screaming about it until it's proven to not be true or the evidence doesn't pan out and people run with the headline anyway. But they're saying that it probably didn't even kill 500 people. The New York Times said it had verified photos and videos showing bloodied and battered bodies, flames, grieving witnesses, blankets, backpacks, mattresses of the dead, and the wounded littering the area around them. The Times also reported a spokeswoman for the Gazan Health Ministry put the death toll at 500 or more dead, which they later changed to hundreds. No figure has been confirmed independently, but images from the hospital and witness accounts are saying that it was high. Did people die? Yeah, people probably died. But following the explosion, numerous statements were issued condemning Israel as the ones that did it. But again, these images have been released, and it shows only the parking lot was hit, and the hospital that was blown up remains intact. So, I mean, it is a tragedy when innocents die, but you have video footage being released by multiple sources that show the likely cause of the explosion was the rocket launched by Hamas, which failed mid-flight. You have the propaganda, people screaming, "You hit a hospital on purpose." Even the New York Times jumps out and says it. But that just doesn't appear to be the case. You need to be patient with anything that comes out in this conflict on either side and wait for the dust to settle. The fog of war in this conflict is so foggy. And you just have to wait. You just have to wait. A lot of it is emotional manipulation. They want you to be upset that, how could they strike a hospital? How could they do that? Well, they didn't. And people want you to act emotionally. You can't tell a Democrat that. I mean, go try telling one of those people that stormed the Capitol yesterday that it only hit the parking lot. They're not going to believe you. The same way, if you question 40 babies being beheaded on the other side, the people on that side are going to go, no, how dare you? That's 40 babies beheaded. Still haven't seen anything that 100% proves that to be the case either. But you do have to wait for evidence. And that's all I'm saying. On either side of this conflict, great claims require great proof. And you know what? To their credit, the Israel Defense Forces have released footage from that area. They also released audio from intercepted communications between Hamas operatives as they realized it was their own organization's rocket that caused the blast. So, it appears at this point that emotional propaganda saying Israel blew up a hospital. Fake news. 920 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. My name is Chris Hand. Join the show, 615-737-9986. 615-737-9986. Call or text on WTN.
Another jump in mortgage rates, and President Biden addresses the nation tonight. We'll let you know about that coming up at 9:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Ken Weaver. It is Super Talk 99.7 WTN. We just got a text, and Mac looks at me and said, why is someone texting us about a Cher song?
I have no context for this.
There was a Cher song that we played during the Amigos that it was the Ballad of Joe.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'm seeing it. Happiness is just a thing called Joe.
Yeah,
and this isn't about.
If you showed up at work on time, you would have caught the whole break. But no, it was Cher. Cher did a song for Joe Biden. So he makes the lilacs grow and stuff like that.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. So that was on the Gang of Four Amigos with Dan
Lovely.
Anderson, Nashville's Morning News.
Glad I was late.
It was awesome. We had fun. There was another text I got, 9058. We were talking about, I was talking about just how much the news is manipulated on both sides of this Israel-Gaza conflict and how you should be patient and wait. And 9058 texted and he said, that's the problem with social media and how fast news comes out. The all-day news places, everyone has a voice and opinion. It should be like the 90s, 6 channels and news from 6 to 7, and that's all. And to that, I say, I get where you're at, 9058, I do. But I think citizen journalists play an important role in this. And as fast as the news comes, it's on us to disseminate and discern. And I would rather have the ability to filter through all of it and discern, as opposed to letting the Mockingbird media tell me what to think. And I want to point to something that I think is important. We had talked about Hillary Clinton earlier because that guy's going to jail for memes. But during the 2016 election, there was a video that happened. And if we didn't have social media, if we didn't have Twitter, if we didn't have citizen journalists out there recording, we never would have seen. And here's the thing. NBC, MSNBC, ABC News, CBS, you go down the list, CNN, all these guys. Nobody would have ever shown the video of Hillary Clinton fainting while she was getting into a van. Do you remember that video?
Mm-hmm.
Now, that changed the election. A lot of people were like, is she healthy enough for this? It was during the 9/11 memorial trip in New York City. But it was a citizen that recorded that. It ended up being one of the most important videos of the 2016 election cycle. The guy that recorded it wasn't a reporter. He wasn't a evening news anchor. His name was Zdenek Gazda. He just a dude, just a regular guy who happened to be there recording and shot this video. The video goes viral. And thank goodness he shot this video, because it was freely available on Twitter, it was retweeted more than 37,000 times. Anyone could embed the video, and they shared it over and over and over again. If it was just reporters there on the scene, if it was just somebody from CNN, if it was just somebody from MSNBC, that footage would have made its way to a trash bin, and we would have never seen it. So while I get your point, 9058, on how it's hard with all of that news coming so fast and so quick, I'd rather have it that way than the other way, which is just letting legacy media tell us what to think and how to think. That's where I'm at. So I get where you're at. I do. But I'll take all of it and the opportunity to discern before I just say, no, legacy media, you take the wheel. Just me. 9:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Ken Weaver standing by with the news.
"9:30 on the dot this Thursday morning. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. We'll tell you when it's going to rain next during the full forecast in 2 minutes. Mortgage rates have taken a record jump. Rebecca Jarvis says they're now hovering around 8%. That's the highest it's been since 2000. and prompting potential homeowners to look into alternative mortgage options.
Adjustable rate mortgages have become increasingly popular. They start with that low teaser rate. Right now, it's about 6.5% to 7%. Then they reset. A 5/1 ARM, for example, has a fixed rate for 5 years, and then it resets every year after that. And what's important to keep in mind here is that there are no guarantees that the rate goes lower.
Yeah, at today's rates, an average priced home is about $1,000 more every single month. Israel-Hamas war continuing coverage. President Biden addresses the nation tonight in a primetime speech. The White House says he will address the wars in Ukraine and Israel. It's scheduled for 7 o'clock Middle Tennessee time. That's the latest news. Weather is next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Hey everybody, I'm Paul Winkler. The financial world can be full of landmines for investors. On the one hand, investment firms and the financial community will often overcomplicate the financial planning process to confuse investors. As one guy who used to work a big investment firm once told me, if an investor thinks that they're over their head, they'll blindly trust you. And it's easier to sell to them. I'm glad I'm away from that. On the other hand, many people oversimplify investing to the detriment of investors. Just having a little knowledge can be really dangerous. The idea there is the same. It's just a different way of selling things. At Paul Winkler Inc., we like working alongside our clients with an education guidance approach. I believe that there's confidence that comes with knowing what you're doing and why. We abide by the very highest level of fiduciary care, and we use the most sophisticated financial planning tools out there. And every one of our offices is run by a degreed planner with over 20 years experience. No kids fresh out of college. If that sounds like a winning formula, set up a free 15-minute phone call to learn more. Go to paulwinkler.com or call 615-851-1950. You can do this.
Hey everybody, Dan Mattis with Nashville's Morning News on WTN. I'm here at the Nashville Rescue Mission doing the interviews that I look forward to doing every single year. These are incredible stories of people who have had amazing recoveries. Thanks to this amazing facility, they are able to get clean and lead a more productive life. The date of our annual radiothon is going to be Monday, November 20th. Listen in and please donate. You can get more information at 99.7 WTN, including a link to the website for Nashville's Rescue Mission.
If I were president, Israel would not have been attacked. It was viciously attacked. It would not have been attacked. Ukraine would not have been attacked. You take a look at what's going on throughout the world. The world right now is a mess. It's a mess, and it's a very sad day. Thank you very much.
Will you visit Israel, Mr. President?
I may go. I haven't thought of it, but I believe in letting them do what they have to do. They have to straighten it out. What's happened in Israel is all of those people dead would have never happened, ever. Not even a chance. Even the Democrats admit that if I were president. Thank you very much.
It's hard to disagree with President Trump there, leaving a New York courtroom for his civil fraud trial. He said, if I was president, none of this would have happened. Super Talk 99.7 WTN, 938. My name is Chris Hand. Do you agree with Trump? Do you think any of this would have happened if he was president? I mean, it's hard. It's hard to imagine any of this happening with Trump as president. But we were a more civilized country then. Mean tweets, cheap gas, peace in the Middle East. I don't know. Just weird things. Just weird.
Overrated.
Overrated. I remember waking up and being like, oh, dude, what did Trump tweet last night at 3 a.m.?
Yeah. Exactly.
Yep. But his trial happening yesterday, that was his comments on the Israel situation. I think he nailed it. But in his New York civil fraud trial yesterday, man, it was wild. Did you hear what happened? There was a court employee arrested for a bizarre outburst. She was trying to get close to Trump, which is a no-no, and she was arrested. And then the judge kind of yelled at Trump for being a little too noisy. Oh, jeez. So this is where we're at. This trial is an absolute clown show. During a break in the trial, Trump went on a tangent about how the government lies. And somebody asked him, sir, why aren't you out campaigning?
Why aren't you campaigning, sir?
Because I want to be at this trial, because I want to see what's happening at this trial, and because moments like this have just knocked this trial down to a level that it should be dismissed.
Will you appeal?
This trial is a disgrace. This trial is a disgrace. Should have never been brought. And if you watched what just took place in the courthouse, if you reported honestly, and I'm sure you will, because there's really no other way you can report it, the government lied. They knew everything about what just took place, and the government lied, and they lied to the people. The Attorney General lied because she wanted to get elected by using Trump. And if you look at what just took place, the government has been now proven to be a liar. And there has to be some kind of recourse for what's going on. And that's why I'm here. Because if I wasn't here, probably maybe people wouldn't see the facts the way they are. So we'll go inside and we'll watch the rest of it. And I think you'll find it.
Are you going to appeal?
Are you coming back tomorrow?
That was my favorite part. Right at the end there, somebody says, are you coming back tomorrow?
Are you coming back tomorrow?
But I think what Trump says is so true. Why are you campaigning? Why are you there? Well, the government lies, and if I'm not here, it's not going to get the attention it deserves. Makes sense. Makes sense. What a wild day. Somebody getting arrested, Trump being yelled at. So Trump got yelled at in court as a New York State lawyer, Kevin Wallace, was saying that Trump's was distracting those on the witnesses' side of the room. Trump's huffing was about the assertion that his valuation of his Wall Street office, which Trump defense lawyer claimed was underpriced by about $115 million, was not wrong. Trump was heard saying it was what we knew at the time, and it sparked an argument between both sides. Trump attorney Christopher Keiss accusing Larson of perjury, and state lawyer Colleen Faraday countering by suggesting witness intimidation. And then again, during a break in the trial, a woman approached Trump at the front of the courtroom, and she was just quickly arrested. In a statement to The Independent, a spokesperson for the New York State Court said the woman was a court employee who had since been placed on administrative leave. She was yelling out to Mr. Trump, indicating she wanted to assist him. The spokesperson said none of the parties were in danger. The spokesperson added the individual was safely escorted out and has been charged with contempt of court in the second degree, disrupting a court proceeding. AP reported that the court employee could be heard screaming in the courthouse lobby as she was led out of the building. Mac, I know you were on the phone. Did you hear what?
No, I need it again.
So Trump, right at the end, Trump's basically given this big statement. Everybody lied. The government lies. That's why I'm here. Okay? I'm here that way this gets the attention it deserves. And as he's walking away, this is my favorite part right here.
Are you coming back tomorrow?
Are you coming back?
Hey, fellas.
Are you coming back tomorrow?
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, that's great.
The Trump stuff, dude. This is so funny. Also, for a 2024 update, it's not looking good for Ron. Have you heard the meme going around?
No.
Casey DeSantis is saying that Ron DeSantis is basically just Ronald Reagan.
I truly believe that Ron DeSantis is the Ronald Reagan of our time. I truly believe that Ron DeSantis is the Ronald Reagan of our time.
You're joking.
I truly believe that Ron DeSantis is the Ronald Reagan of our time.
There are some things you can learn in show business that work pretty good. And one thing we've always known is that when you look into that camera in a close-up, you better be telling the truth, or that camera will reveal it.
Fair enough. And people are taking note. Doesn't seem like people are buying into Ron. In fact, top GOP donors are now refusing to give money to Trump contenders. They're seeing primary chances fade and Trump's victory inevitable. Quote, "It's becoming clear that the cavalry is not coming." How long have I been saying this? Finally, the donor class is waking up. Trump is the nominee. Can we just skip the third debate altogether, the third GOP debate? I mean, unless Chris Christie's coming back with zingers like Donald Duck, I don't want to watch it. President Trump pulled in a massive $45.5 million in donations in the third quarter of 2023, holds $36 million in cash for the primary election to secure the GOP nomination, and the rest of the Republican Party is losing support of the party's mega donors. Those donors can see that Trump is far and away going to be the GOP nominee for president in 2024. It's pretty much what we've all seen and what we can all see with our eyes. Now, many of these donors are the same ones who attempted to use their spending power to stop Trump from winning 2016 against Hillary. These are the same donors seeing that Trump has all but secured the 2024 GOP nomination for president. They're now holding back money, giving it to his rivals. The competitive GOP primary 8 years ago saw an earlier and higher level of donor engagement, particularly from financial industry leaders, the Wall Street Journal reports, but it's becoming clear that the cavalry is not coming. Longtime GOP strategist Ken Spain said, per the Wall Street Journal, the donor community has come to recognize the strength of Trump and the difficulty in dislodging a major part of the base from him. You're tilting at windmills if you try. Representatives for DeSantis, Haley, and Scott pitched GOP donors at the end of last week on giving more money to their campaigns, to which they all said, "How about no?" I kind of ad-libbed that. It was probably a little bit more respectful. But the donors, they tried to tell the donors that they had clear paths to winning the Republican nomination. And those who were in the room, the Wall Street Journal reports, did not believe that it proved immediately convincing. Really? It's not convincing? Are you not convinced? I mean, I thought it was pretty clear that,
I truly believe that Ron DeSantis is the Ronald Reagan of our time.
You're joking.
Was that like in her talking points? Like, hey, bring this up?
Yes. Also, there's a story from The Defector. You should Google this. You got to look at this with me.
Okay.
All right. So The Defector, Ron DeSantis, high heels.
Oh, I've seen this.
So everybody's accusing Ron DeSantis of wearing hidden platform heels inside his. And this is the headline. This is not my headline. The headline says, "Is Ron DeSantis wearing hidden platform heels inside his stupid, ugly boots? An investigation."
I mean, it looks weird.
He looks like he's wearing.
It does look like that.
Yep. And then, they have tons of videos of him wearing those crazy cowboy boots and showing what it would look like if his legs were inside the boot, and that he's wearing heels. He is. I mean, you see some of these pictures?
No, it's for sure. Yeah. He's wearing heels. Yeah, and this is this whole article on the Defector goes into it. He's 5'9", which would, put him at a 6-inch height deficit with Trump. So he's trying to get rid of the disparity.
Poor Ron.
Hey, I feel that, Ron. It's all good, bro.
How tall are you?
5'9".
How tall are you with your boots on, though? That's the question.
Own it, man. Own it.
I saw somebody on Twitter say they should, for the next debate, they should just have Ron a little bit further back. So, and then they do the trick with the camera so he looks taller.
Yeah.
Make him look like he's right up at the podium.
There's that one meme about the guy like doing weight loss and he's just in front of the camera and then he steps back like 10 feet. And it's like, dude, you just went further away. You didn't lose any weight.
Dude, all right. So I have the best hack if you want to be like a weight loss influencer.
Oh, okay, great.
So here's what you do. Gain a ton of weight and take pictures as you gain weight and then post them in reverse on Instagram and tell people to follow you for more weight loss tips. That's all you got to do.
That's great.
Yeah. So if you see me gaining weight, don't say anything. That's my plan.
My question with this DeSantis thing is you can see in this photo that they have, and he's wearing these heeled boots with the jeans. So
and like the curved up toe, like he's some sort of elf.
It's super weird. Yeah,
Super
that's
weird.
not a look. That's not a good look.
There's a social media influencer named Ashley Sinclair. She posted a joke about it was like point of view, Ron DeSantis getting ready, and she puts on like knee-high heels. And then the DeSantis campaign came after her. It's like, you have nothing real to say about our campaign. DeSantis doesn't wear heels, basically. How dare you?
Well, he does.
It's like, but they can't even take a joke.
Yeah, that's something where you just got to be able to make fun of yourself.
You have to.
Come on.
You should have been like, Ron doesn't wear knee highs. You know what I mean? Just something fun. Just be fun.
They're only halfway up the shin or something like that. Like
Ron's boots are not that high. Like, or something. Just roll with the punches. It's like, you got to be able to laugh at yourself.
Yeah.
And he can't laugh at himself.
And that's what gets more people on your side, too, when they know you can do that. Little humility goes a long way.
100%. I mean, think about Trump. What do you have? Conan O'Brien rub his hair?
Yes.
During the 2016 cycle. That's what you need.
Yeah.
Be human.
Yeah, laugh a little. It's okay.
It's okay to laugh. I know the world is burning down around us, but it's okay to laugh. That's all right. Hey, there was an insurrection yesterday at the Capitol. Oh gosh. So we'll talk about that next on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. My name is Chris Hand, and this is the Chris Hand Show. Thanks for being here.
Major new development in the Georgia election interference case against former President Trump. One of the defendants has entered an early plea. This story and more at 10 on Supertalk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Ken Weaver. We were getting texts about that. Everybody's saying, oh, did you hear the news? So, well, it's coming up with Ken Weaver at 10 o'clock. Major Georgia news. So stay tuned for that. Also, major news, there was a insurrection at the Capitol. Oh, my gosh. Did you hear Rashida Tlaib inciting the insurrection? Did you hear her doing it?
I didn't hear it.
Oh, get ready.
Continue to watch people think it's okay to bomb a hospital.
But they didn't bomb a hospital.
With children.
Shame.
You know what's so hard sometimes is watching those videos and the people telling the kids don't cry. I'm like, let them cry.
Whoa.
And they're shaking, and somebody, you know this, they keep telling them not to cry in Arabic. They can cry. I can cry. We all can cry.
We all can cry. I was you know what I was crying for yesterday?
What?
Democracy. Democracy was assaulted yesterday. And I was crying. And you know what? We can cry.
We can cry.
And they're shaking, and somebody, you know this, they keep telling them not to cry in Arabic. They can cry. I can cry. We all can cry.
I was crying for democracy yesterday. I was. More on Rashida Tlaib and the insurrection that she launched yesterday at the Capitol. Unbelievable. The unparalleled assault on our democracy. We've never seen anything like it. It was a dark day in American history. 9:59 on Supertalk 99.7 WTN. My name is Chris Hand.
Ten o'clock on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. We'll tell you when it's going to rain next during the full forecast in 2 minutes. Breaking news regarding the Georgia election interference case. Former Donald Trump attorney Sidney Powell has pleaded guilty in the case 1 day before her trial was set to start. Fulton County prosecutors recommending a sentence of 6 years probation. Mortgage rates have taken a record jump in this country, right now hovering around 8%. It's the highest it's been since 2000. In October of 2021, a 30-year fixed-rate mortgage was 3%. But put that in real terms, 2 years ago, a $400,000 home with a 20% down payment would have run you about $1,350 a month. At today's rates, that same home is going to cost you $1,000 more, $2,350. Israel-Hamas war continuing coverage. Here's Derek Dennis.
In a deal brokered by the U.S., life-saving humanitarian aid is headed into Gaza. About 20 trucks of food, water, and other supplies allowed in as a test, brokered during President Biden's trip to the region.
The president says one of his top priorities talking with Israeli leaders, making sure they helped innocent civilians.
If you have an opportunity to alleviate the pain, you should do it, period. And if you don't, you're going to lose credibility worldwide.
President Biden speaking on his way home from Israel, not saying exactly what that country and others can do to help civilians and get hostages, including Americans, freed. Andy Field, ABC News, Washington.
Meantime, the president is planning a nationwide address tonight with questions still surrounding a deadly attack on a hospital in Gaza, widely believed to be from an errant Palestinian militant missile and not an Israeli attack. More than 4,800 people have been killed in the conflict so far.
By the way, President Biden addresses the nation tonight at 7 o'clock Middle Tennessee time. That's the latest news. Weather is next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
I love the state of Tennessee. I love everything about it, and I love hunting and fishing in the state of Tennessee, and what you guys do is so great. I was born and raised here, and this song is for Tennessee and everybody in it. Well, I have roamed across the land, and I have sailed deepest sea. When I've drawn my last breath. Do this one thing for me. Say, won't you take me back to Tennessee, where southern streams are flowing free. Me and mine, Lord, will always be right at home in Tennessee, right at home in the woods of Tennessee, right at home in Tennessee. Awesome.
.10:04 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. My name is Chris Hand. Oh, you're not gonna hit the button early that time, Mac?
I'm gonna let you talk this time. Let you finish your sentence.
Thank you. Very nice. Very nice. He's a great producer. We're gonna talk about the insurrection, but I have to just gather myself before I get back into it. It's just the assault on our democracy was unparalleled. But I did want to address a text that we had a minute ago. Mac, can you pull up that text that compared us to The View?
Oh gosh, yeah, I gotta find it now.
3571. 3571. I got it.
You got it? Okay.
Hey, Chris.
Oh, here it is, yeah.
You and Mac tearing down DeSantis sound like the girls on The View. I like DeSantis. I'm going to vote for Trump, but if something happens to Trump, I'm going to vote for DeSantis. And I would like it if you two would stop acting like those stupid girls on The View.
Wow.
I didn't know. I'm sorry. I didn't want to go full Joy Behar on you. Listen,
I call Whoopi.
You know what? Like, I think DeSantis is a great governor. I really do. I think he's great for Florida. He does some good things. Bringing back Israelis from or Americans from Israel.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. Good stuff. I should have waited. I think DeSantis in this presidential election, he only has himself to blame. Now the GOP donors are refusing to give him any more money, and can you blame him? He's got no personality. He has been almost invisible at the debates. I mean, give me a quotable from Ron DeSantis at any of these debates.
Yeah.
Vivek has quotables. Chris Christie has quotables. He made more of an impact. At least Chris Christie's been fun. DeSantis only has himself to blame. He should have waited. Had he waited until 2028, it would have been all DeSantis. Smooth sailing.
You mentioned quotables for DeSantis, and literally the first thing I thought of was that like awkward half smile that he always does,
or looking left to right before he raises his hand on if you would, with Donald Trump being, I forget even what the line was, but he looks left to right to see what everybody else does
what's
first.
Going on.
He doesn't stand up. He doesn't stand up. Doesn't stand out. Wears high heels. I mean, I don't know what you want from me.
Well, I think 3571 knows just as well as I do that, DeSantis just lives rent free, right? I mean, that's...
He lives rent free in my head. I mean, listen, the DeSantis campaign takes themselves too seriously. They got mad at Ashley St. Clair on Twitter for doing the high heel video. It's like, take a joke.
It's a perfect opportunity for them to take a joke and go viral with it.
Be human and win some people over.
Yep.
5201 says he's not a good candidate. 9058 says he may not be elected again for governor.
Wow.
That's a spicy take.
That is.
I mean, listen, Florida is a pro-Trump crowd.
It's true.
Governor DeSantis became Governor DeSantis because of the endorsement from Trump. So, I don't know. It says 8521 says, you guys are a bastion of truth and laughter in a world of fake news and Rashida Tlaib. How dare you speak truth? I don't know. I don't know if we're a bastion of truth, but we definitely I'm just calling it like I see it. Ron DeSantis should have waited. He's screwed himself in the presidential race. He should have never come out against Trump. He shouldn't have. He should have just waited and been patient. He's a young guy. Why did he screw himself? I don't understand. And now he's lost the donor class, the same donor class that gassed him up to think that he had a chance at the White House. So I don't know what you want from me. I'm sorry that Mac and I sound like The View. To be fair, I feel like that's more of a critique on Mac.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. Yeah, 0324 says maybe Mac's Kamala laugh is to blame. Appreciate it.
Maybe it is the Kamala laugh.
Can't help it.
Jason texted and he said, Ron DeSantis is very much so like Ted Cruz. I loved the Ted Cruz that you would see online, but not the actual Ted Cruz. It would show up at the debates, and Ron is very much like that. He is low energy. Ron, please clap. So, all right. I just felt like I had to cover that text. Saying we sound like The View.
Come on.
Let's not say things we can't take back.
The Canadian View, 0467.
Oh, we're going to talk about the issues, eh? Rashida Tlaib inciting an insurrection yesterday. It's okay. It's okay to cry. It's okay to cry.
Continue to watch people think it's okay to bomb a hospital with children. You know what's so hard sometimes is watching those videos and the people telling the kids don't cry. I'm like, let them cry. And they're shaking, and somebody, you know this, they keep telling them not to cry in Arabic. They can cry. I can cry. We all can cry.
We all can cry. But it was about 100 pro-Palestinian insurrectionists that occupied a federal House office building yesterday in Washington, D.C., chanting ceasefire and let Gaza live. Now, if you watch the videos of Rashida Tlaib, when she's talking about letting them cry and continuing the false narrative of Israel bombing a hospital, which is just absolutely fabricated. It didn't happen that way. Behind her, there's a huge banner that says ceasefire. It's black. It's handmade. It says ceasefire. When the pro-Palestinian insurrectionists invaded the office building in D.C., they hung that banner inside there. So is Rashida Tlaib going to be kicked out of office for inciting an insurrection? Is that going to happen? Probably not. Probably not. She's on the right side, right? She's on the side that doesn't get punished for any crimes. People were punished, though. Fox News had news on how many were arrested.
The arrest numbers are probably going to be in the hundreds. And what they do when they have a protest like this, they give them warning, a verbal warning. There are 3 warnings. Hey, you need to cease and desist. The second warning is that if you don't cease and desist, you're going to be arrested. And then the third time, you're going to be arrested. And so this was a very methodical move here by the Capitol Police.
How many warnings do you think Ashley Babbitt got? I don't know, just a question. Did Ashley Babbitt get 3 warnings? I don't know. Marjorie Taylor Greene was there, and she also noted the double standard between the pro-Palestinian insurrectionists and the protesters on Jan 6. She said there's an insurrection happening now on Capitol Hill. They're claiming they want peace, but they really just want money to go to terrorists. Green added that she did not know why Capitol Police allowed the insurrectionists inside the building. When they asked her, she just hit him with a Mike Pence. I don't know.
I don't know.
Nobody knew. But as the insurrection continued, protesters were arrested. If it wasn't obvious yet, insurrection when conservatives demonstrate, protest when liberals demonstrate. Sounds about right. Rep. Brandon Williams, though, he stood above the pro-Palestinian protest and waved an Israeli flag, triggering them. They all got triggered by it. And again, the protests are over this hospital that was blown up that wasn't really... The hospital was blown up by Israel, but it turns out it was Hamas in just the parking lot. So, weird how that happens. This is what it sounded like inside the Capitol yesterday. Just chanting and all about shenanigans and ceasefires. This was outside the Capitol. Just bongos and shame. They go together like spaghetti and meatballs. You can't be chanting shame without the bongos.
2 peas in a pod.
That's it. That's it. But I mean, there's 2 tiers of justice here. We're not going to see anything happen. The hospital was never bombed. Unbelievable. Will Rashida Tlaib face any trouble for this? No. She won't. She won't. You know, Nancy Pelosi was asked about something yesterday, and she brought up how it was an assault on democracy. She wasn't talking about Rashida Tlaib. She was talking about people voting for Jim Jordan as Speaker of the House.
When we've had a speaker's race on our side or their side, we've always respected each other's judgment. But today and yesterday, that was an assault on our democracy, as Jim Jordan assaulted our democracy on January 6th.
Oh, yeah. Thanks, Nancy. People are actually invading the Capitol for an insurrection. And she says that, duly elected representatives publicly voting on Speaker of the House was an assault on democracy. Not Rashida Tlaib inciting an insurrection. And I will say this. I say it all in jest. I don't actually think it was an insurrection. And I also don't want to take away people's right to protest either. Like, okay, protest your little hearts out. Like, I'm fine with that. I think that's cool. Protests are cool. But I think that when you listen to Rashida Tlaib, she's just unhinged. She's absolutely unhinged. And Rashida Tlaib is the Democrat Party with their mask off. They may all not speak like this, but I'd be willing to bet a majority of them think like this.
Something is wrong. And so I'm telling you right now, President Biden, not all of America's with you on this one.
Oh.
And you need to wake up and understand that. We are literally watching people commit genocide and killing a vast majority just like this. And we still stand by and say nothing. We will remember this. But all of you need to know, I swear to God, Wahyat Allah, you are on the right side of history.
All right, there it is.
You are. You're doing everything possible to save lives. What is wrong with that?
Oh, what is wrong with that?
Stop it with trying to politicize this.
Stop it with trying to politicize this. How dare you try to politicize this? You're trying to save lives. What is wrong with that? What's wrong with trying to save lives, Mac?
Yeah, come on.
She's absolutely unhinged. But that's not going to be inciting an insurrection. But I will, just for contrast, this right here, this is the threat to our democracy.
We have come to demand that Congress do the right thing and only count the electors who have been lawfully slated. Lawfully slated. I know that everyone here will soon be marching over to the Capitol building to peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard.
That was a threat to democracy. What a threat. This though, this was doing Allah's work.
We will remember this, but all of you need to know. I swear to God, Wahyat Allah, you are on the right side of history.
The right side of history. Anytime somebody tells you you're on the right side of history, you're probably not. Just a little rule of thumb I've come to learn myself. Somebody's like, oh, let's be on the right side of history. It's like, I don't know. Probably the wrong person to stand with. Just me. Have you noticed that yourself? Anytime somebody says right side of history.
Well, usually you don't need to say it if you're on the right side, right?
Yeah. 6436 says, Chris, didn't you call it a genocide as well? Well, 6436, I didn't call it a genocide. I said I don't like the rhetoric. I don't like people going, wipe them off the face of the earth, rah. But I think that that's absolutely different than what's happening on the ground currently. I don't think it's a genocide. In fact, to be perfectly fair with you, I think Israel in this whole thing has shown incredible restraint, considering what they dealt with and what the public was calling for the response to be at the front of it. I think if anything, Israel should be commended for the restraint that they've shown, because with the weapons that they have in their arsenal, they absolutely could have leveled Gaza 10 times over by now. Am I wrong? Have they? Don't you feel like they've been a little bit more reserved? I think they have. What does Joe Biden think about all this? Well, he was asked. He was asked on an airplane. He was surrounded by his crew, looking like a bunch of Batman villains in street clothes, and it was a weird interview with Joe Biden on a plane. Snakes on a plane, man. Snakes on a plane. We're going to talk about that. We got audio from that. We'll cover that after 10:30. On the way, anything you want to talk about, 615-737-9986. We do have a Speaker of the House vote happening. Is that happening soon? Is that happening? When is that happening?
I don't know for sure. I think it's 11.
11 our time, noon Eastern. Yep.
Believe so.
Is Jim Jordan going to get more votes, less votes? We'll find out. It's an exciting day right here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
An early plea in the Georgia election interference case against former President Trump. This story and more at 10:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Ken Weaver. We are getting news now. Jim Jordan is not going to be seeking a third vote.
Interesting.
And he would be backing a plan to give Patrick McHenry, Republican out of North Carolina, bowtie man, temporary speaker, additional powers, according to multiple people who have spoken on the condition of anonymity to describe the situation. After 2 rounds of votes, a group of Republicans made it clear Jordan did not have enough support to win the speaker's gavel.
So is this a matter of Jordan he's gonna let McHenry take over for now, but then maybe come back and try again?
That's the word on the streets. It says Jordan is pausing his bid for now.
Okay, gotcha.
But he remains the speaker designee and will reserve the option to hold a speaker vote at any time.
Interesting.
Jordan says, quote, I'm looking to bring the conference together. We're going to talk about all kinds of options. And when I said 11 a.m., that is not an on-the-floor vote. That is going to be a closed-door meeting at 11.
The conference.
Yep.
Dude, I don't know, man. This seems really soft. So, like, McCarthy was willing to go 15 rounds. And Jim Jordan he's like, yeah, 3. I'm gonna draw the line at 2.
You know, man, I think they're under some pressure with everything going on. I think they're under some pressure.
I feel like he should leverage that pressure on his own. Be like, nah, yeah, we're not moving. Let's vote again.
The thing is what sort of deals are going to be done to put McHenry in there in this interim basis?
They said that they were going to work something out with senior Democrats. So it's like all the Republicans that screamed and cried that Gates was working with Democrats. We have Republicans working with Democrats here. And McHenry, if you look at his ideology score, I don't know. He's like middle of the road. He seems like a moderate Republican.
So we're going to hear from Hakeem Jeffries later today.
Yeah, I mean, it's
going to be a lot of Hakeem Jeffries.
Bingo. Election denier, Hakeem Jeffries.
Yeah.
Yeah, he denies elections. I mean, this just seems so. This is like classic Republican Party. Like, why do Murphy says this all the time, and I totally agree with him. Why is it conservatives that always have to, work together, and conservatives always have to concede and find a middle ground, but nobody ever gives a middle ground to conservatives. Nobody's like, oh, let's let the conservatives win this one. Super soft. Very disappointed. I'm upset.
I can sense that.
I can tell that, Brother Chris.
Part of me is like, all right, put the show on pause. I need to dig into this.
You're gonna pull a Jordan on the radio.
Yeah,
pause.
We're gonna pull a pause. I'll reserve the right to resume the show at any time. But
we'll run some Gilligan's Island reruns on YouTube.
Just run the Gilligan's Island reruns for like 20 minutes, and we'll resume when I deem necessary, like Jim Jordan is saying he's going to. This is weak. Weak sauce. What are you doing, Jim?
So this is something that I didn't ever really learn about. Patrick McHenry, how does he get that interim role? Is that voted on before all this?
He was given it after McCarthy stepped down. He was the guy that angrily banged the gavel.
Yeah, I saw that. I just don't know. Is that...
Are you talking about, is it in the framework of the Constitution?
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Gotcha.
I'd have to look at that.
Yeah, that's interesting.
There's always there seems to always be in situations like this, especially whenever it comes to, the federal government shutting down. It's funny how there always seems to be some sort of stopgap.
Yes, little loophole.
That comes out of the weeds somewhere. And this is what this kind of strikes me as that too.
Yeah, there's reports saying that Jim Jordan will not hold the third ballot speaker. He will back Patrick McHenry as interim speaker until January.
Oh,
wow.
McCarthy, McHenry, Jordan, Cole, and Emmer met this morning.
Well, Brother Chris, they got to go home for Thanksgiving. They got to get that turkey and dressing.
Guys, we should have shut the government down a long time ago. We should have just not passed the continuing resolution stuff and just let it shut down. This is ridiculous. 3616 says, how do you expect the rhinos in the party to get the omnibus bill passed? Can you say uniparty? I can say it. Oh, 5176 says, it's okay to cry, Chris.
I don't know if Brother Chris is going to do any crying.
Think it's okay to bomb a hospital
It's okay to cry.
with children. You know what's so hard sometimes is watching those videos and the people telling the kids don't cry. I'm like, let them cry.
Let me cry. Let me cry. Let me cry. 8092 says, no one cares about the American people. 1509 says, I think this move is in the best interest of us, we the people. I'm for Jordan. But in the long run, you watch and see how this plays out. I believe it will be good for everyone. Yeah, we'll see what happens. I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed. 10:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Ken Weaver's got the news.
It is 10:30 on the dot this Thursday morning. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories, and there are a lot of top stories. Here's the latest one we were just talking about. Jim Jordan is pausing his campaign to be the new House Speaker. He is going to support the nomination, or rather, he is going to support letting Patrick McHenry move into a role where the House can at least take up legislation and pass it. And as Chris mentioned there, it looks like this pause may last until January before Jordan resumes his race, or rather his campaign to be the Speaker of the House. Meanwhile, we've got new developments in the Georgia election interference case against former President Trump and 18 other defendants. Aaron Katursky says one-time Trump attorney Sidney Powell has pleaded guilty.
6 misdemeanor counts, and she will have to be on probation for a year for each of those counts. So 6 years probation on those misdemeanor charges. But she does avoid the possibility of prison time tied to a RICO violation.
And she apparently agreed to testify at trial. That's the latest news. Weather is next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Hey everybody, I'm Paul Winkler. The financial world can be full of landmines for investors. On the one hand, investment firms and the financial community will often overcomplicate the financial planning process to confuse investors. As one guy who used to work a big investment firm once told me, if an investor thinks that they're over their head, they'll blindly trust you. And it's easier to sell to them. I'm glad I'm away from that. On the other hand, many people oversimplify investing to the detriment of investors. Just having a little knowledge can be really dangerous. The idea there is the same. It's just a different way of selling things. At Paul Winkler Inc., we like working alongside our clients with an education guidance approach. I believe that there's confidence that comes with knowing what you're doing and why. We abide by the very highest level of fiduciary care, and we use the most sophisticated financial planning tools out there. And every one of our offices is run by a degreed planner with over 20 years experience. No kids fresh out of college. If that sounds like a winning formula, set up a free 15-minute phone call to learn more. Go to paulwinkler.com or call 615-851-1950. You can do this.
the people telling the kids don't cry. I'm like, let them cry. And they're
And the tears well up in your eyes. I know that my friends tell lies. Pimps don't cry. They never shed a tear.
Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Pimps don't cry. That was a suggestion from one of our super texters. That's I'm not mad at.
That was perfect.
9707.
Yeah, you hit him with the dad line.
No, I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed.
Ooh, it hurts. Stings.
It's the truth. It's the truth. Hey, did you catch? Let's just change the subject so I don't get upset.
Good segue. Good
segue. hey, did you hear the classic ramble on a plane done by Joe Biden?
Oh no, golly, man!
This one is all timer.
Yeah, this is Mount Rushmore.
This is the Mount Rushmore of Biden rebels. Somebody said that in this clip, Joe Biden sounds like a homeless guy that runs up on you at a urinal at a public restroom. So that's how we're going to intro that. This is Joe Biden on a plane coming back from Israel yesterday.
Virtually every mass shooting, every circumstance where a large number of people have been victimized and lost, I've spoken with them. I learned a long time ago that you all learn in your life.
He goes on for about another minute. He doesn't really say much of anything. It's tough to hear with the plane ambiance in the background. But he's surrounded by his crew, and it's a little awkward. It's a little awkward, with John Kirby and his pullover and seeing half of Antony Blinken's face.
That part's weird.
It's just like half of Blinken's face, just like in and out, one eye in him.
Yeah, he keeps going. Yeah.
And it's just like, you can tell the whole crew is like, please don't say anything dumb. Please don't say anything dumb.
Yep.
And they keep being let down. They keep being let down. A couple times during this, Karine Jean-Pierre tries to get the president out of there. Like, guys, all right, we're done here. At one point, she touches Joe Biden's arm and he pulls it back. He says, don't. This is a reporter asking Joe Biden about getting people out of Israel.
What about getting people out? Guys, we got people evacuated.
The answer is we're going to get people out, but I'm not going to go into detail with you now.
All right, we got to wrap up, guys. We got to wrap it up.
Karine in the back. We got to wrap up, guys.
You got to wrap up, though.
We got to wrap up. It didn't end there, though. Somebody said to him, you said you were very blunt with the Israelis on the need to get humanitarian aid to Gaza, or what exactly? Ready?
You said you were very blunt with the Israelis on the need to get humanitarian aid to Gaza, or what exactly?
On everything.
He was very blunt on everything.
On everything. I was very blunt about the need to support getting humanitarian aid to Gaza. Get it to Gaza and do it quickly.
All right.
Any more to the hospital, sir?
May I?
Don't.
You hear him there? You can hear Karine Jean-Pierre jump in. She's like, all right. She touches his arm. He goes, well, don't.
To Gaza. Get it to Gaza and do it quickly.
All right.
Any more to the hospital, sir?
May I?
Don't.
May I ask you about that?
Whoa.
He's like, poor guy's really dealing with the dementia.
He said, don't.
Lashing out at people that are close to him.
Trying to help him.
Let me help you, sir.
Sir.
And then he was asked a very important question.
Do you think it was necessary for you to come here to get this deal done with the in-person diplomacy aspect really important here?
What do you think? I'll let you answer that.
Do you think it was necessary for you to come here? He says, what do you think? I'll let you answer that. No, I don't think it was necessary. In fact, just me personally, I think it was downright dangerous for him to go there. Downright dangerous. Did you know that the Chancellor of Germany, his plane had to be evacuated as air raid sirens were going off in Tel Aviv. It was
terrifying.
Yeah. Listen, this is them getting off the plane. These guys are all just rushing off a plane. No, I don't think it was necessary for our president to go there. Do a Zoom call. Can we just zoom in? I mean, it's not necessary at all, sir. I mean, do you super texters think that this was necessary for him to go? Did we get anything done? World leaders canceled meetings on Joe Biden. They canceled. They canceled on him. Unbelievable. There's more. There's more from the plane. The plane ride didn't stop. They were there, even though KJP was trying to get him out of there. They kept asking questions, and for whatever reason, Sleepy Joe kept answering them.
People all over the region are upset about the hospital and don't necessarily believe you or the Israelis that they didn't have anything to do with it. Do you have a message to the people in the streets right now?
Well, I can understand why in this circumstance they wouldn't believe. I can understand that.
He said people don't believe Israel right now, and Joe Biden's answer is, well, I can understand why they don't believe. His whole point was to go there to calm tensions. Is this calming tensions?
Well, I can understand why in this circumstance they wouldn't believe. I can understand that. But I would not, you notice I don't say things like that unless I have faith in the source from which I've gotten it. Our Defense Department says it's highly unlikely that it was Israelis, but if a different footprint, and they've intercepted some anyway. So that's why, if you notice, I didn't say it first.
Yeah, he's really convincing people. I wouldn't say it if I didn't believe it. You know, if you notice, well, anyway.
Our Defense Department says it's highly unlikely that it was Israelis, but if a different footprint, and they've intercepted some anyway. So that's why, if you notice, I didn't say it first. I wanted to make sure that I knew. And look, and I'm not suggesting that Hamas deliberately did it either. It's that old thing, gotta learn how to shoot straight.
What?
He's not suggesting Hamas did it deliberately. You know the old saying.
And I'm not suggesting that Hamas deliberately did it either. It's that old thing, gotta learn how to shoot straight.
Gotta learn how to shoot straight. That's okay. I agree with him. I mean, gotta learn how to shoot straight.
Multiple texts saying, wonder how much taxpayer money costs to send Joe there.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
What about, let's just think about the climate crisis for a second. That carbon footprint. Woo. Heavy carbon footprints.
And 5319 brings up a good point and says, well, President Biden can't Zoom because he'd be asleep at that time of day.
Fair enough.
Yep. It doesn't coincide with his schedule.
Fair enough. He seemed like he was walking around asleep while he was there. Poor guy. And now he's going to give a speech tonight. He is going to be tired.
Yeah.
How are they going to get him gassed up for that? That's what I want to know. It's unreal. But he was asked if he believes Israel is operating within the rules of war. This was interesting.
Are the Israelis operating within the rules of war that you talked about last week being so important?
Good talking to you.
Thanks, everybody.
Appreciate it.
Thanks so much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Oh.
Okay, it's done.
Hey, actually, I'm going to listen to Kareem now. Got to go.
It's too bad because that was a great question.
It's an important question.
Yep.
Because there are accusations that Israel's using white phosphorus. There's obviously the accusations that they're blowing up hospitals. And we all know that Hamas uses hospitals as, their areas to set up and launch attacks because the optics of having to destroy a hospital work in their favor in this propaganda war. But I mean, geez, it's like, all right, gotta go. It's like you're supposed to calm tensions. Can't you just say yes? Israel is operating within the rules of war. Why do you decide to walk away at that point? Terrible. There was one more question that I thought was interesting. He was asked about if we would jump in and get involved in the war if Hezbollah jumps in and gets involved in the war.
Israel, that says Biden officials have indicated to Israel in recent days that if Hezbollah initiates a war against Israel, the U.S. military will join the IDF in fighting the terrorist group.
Not true.
Not true.
That was never said.
He said it was not true. Not true. We're not getting involved if Hezbollah gets involved. Not true. Now, while personally, I think that is a good thing, because I don't want us involved in another Middle Eastern conflict that will probably drag on for far too long. When he says it's not true that we'll get involved if Hezbollah gets involved, I can't help but think that somebody at the White House may walk that back. If you remember, the White House always walks back comments that Joe Biden makes. In fact, every time that he said he would defend Taiwan if China attacked, he says, yes, we would defend Taiwan. And then right after that, the White House will later insist that our policy's not changed, and that it's a one China policy, and that we wouldn't get involved. So I wonder if the White House is going to walk this one back, except the opposite way. Very interesting. Gary in Springfield, you have a comment on the current war. Gary, you're on Super Talk. What's up?
Thank you. Yeah, the international rules of war, and being retired military officer, I've been to all the schools. The war, internationally, you wage it till you win. Civilians are collateral damage. You do your best you can not to hit civilians. Now, you can ask the Japanese about Hiroshima, Nagasaki, Tokyo, and all that. You can ask the Germans about Berlin, Frankfurt, and all their cities about war. It's all legal. Just you try to do your best. If a hospital has a cross on it, you can't shoot at it. But the first second bullets come flying out of a hospital window, it's off limits. I mean, it's not off limits. You hit it.
Yeah, no,
that's real war.
I totally agree. I totally agree with you. War is hell. I think that the question was about comments, and Human Rights Watch had gone out on a limb and said that Israel had been using white phosphorus, which is banned.
Okay.
So I think that's where the question was coming from. I totally agree with you. If rockets are coming out of a hospital, sorry, the hospital's got to go. But it's also been proven that Israel didn't strike the hospital, that it was a Hamas misfire, and the hospital wasn't even hit. It was the parking lot.
And that's an amazing thing. For the parking lot to go, how did they lose 500 to 700 people if they hit in the parking lot? It's hard. It's hard for me to believe they lost that many people. Even a direct hit on the building. What kind of rocket did they launch?
I'm totally with you. It just seems like both sides want to make the other side seem as bad as humanly possible. You know what I mean? So I think anything that comes out in this conflict, you need to take with a grain of salt before you invest too much into it. You know?
Well, you know the rules of war.
Totally,
if it shoots at you, you kill it. That's it.
Totally agree. Thank you for breaking it down so even I could understand, Gary. I appreciate you, man. Thanks for the call. If it shoots at you, you kill it.
Pretty simple.
That's easy enough. Any questions? I like Gary. Larry in Clarksville has a comment on Speaker of the House. Larry, I see you on hold. I'll get to you next. It is Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey everybody, Dan Mattis with Nashville's Morning News on WTN. I'm here at the Nashville Rescue Mission doing the interviews that I look forward to doing every single year. These are incredible stories of people who have had amazing recoveries. Thanks to this amazing facility, they are able to get clean and lead a more productive life. The date of our annual radiothon is going to be Monday, November 20th. Listen in and please donate. You can get more information at 99.7 WTN, including a link to the website for Nashville's Rescue Mission.
We got the breaking news out of our nation's capital regarding the speaker's race, the breaking news out of Georgia regarding the election interference case against former President Trump. There has been an early plea, and of course, an update on Israel-Hamas war. Continuing coverage. That's coming up at 11 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Ken Weaver. Before we get to your Speaker of the House news, Larry in Clarksville has been waiting on hold for a minute. Larry, what's up? You got a comment on the Speaker of the House? You're on Super Talk.
Yes, sir, Chris. Thank you for taking my call. Oh, one moment. I'm sorry. I'm on the phone. I don't know if I'm on the phone.
What's up, Larry?
First of all, the only blunt thing Biden knows about are the blunts that Hunter has when he can't get his cocaine. The second thing is, are all these insurrectionists, and I'm using air quotes, that were arrested yesterday going to be held in a D.C. prison without being able to contact their attorneys?
Lord willing.
Well, and then what if this whole thing in the speakership in the Congress goes south and Hakeem Jeffries gets elected?
I don't know, man. Right now, it seems like Jordan is going to back McHenry until he rehashes everything in January. He's going to back Speaker pro tempore Patrick McHenry.
Well, I'm just, I understand, the guys wanting to limit our debt and deficit and all that stuff, but sometimes we need to stand together to get stuff done. And it is really aggravating and frustrating to me that so few can do so much damage.
Hey, I am with you, Larry. Totally agree. Seems like we are absolutely helpless. Seems like the American people wanted Jim Jordan, at least from where I stand. Not Patrick McHenry. Ugh.
Wait till you hear what Matt Gaetz has to say.
Oh, I can't wait. Ken Weaver's got the news right now on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Eleven o'clock on the dot this Thursday morning. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Full forecast in 2 minutes and the breaking news out of our nation's capital. Jim Jordan is going to pause his campaign for House Speaker and support a plan to expand the role of the temporary Speaker, Patrick McHenry. But it's unclear if that will pass on the House floor. Here's Congressman Matt Gaetz, who led the effort to oust Kevin McCarthy nearly 3 weeks ago.
I'm against Speaker Light. I'm against Bud Light. I believe it is a constitutional desecration to not elect a Speaker of the House. We need to stay here until we elect a Speaker. And if someone can't get the votes, we need to go on to the next person.
Now, Jordan says that he will support McHenry as interim Speaker until January. Right now in Georgia, former Donald Trump attorney Sidney Powell has pleaded guilty in the election subversion case 1 day before her trial was set to start. Prosecutors recommending a sentence of 6 years probation, and Powell will be required to testify at future trials and write an apology. This is an apology letter to the citizens of Georgia. Israel-Hamas war continuing coverage. Michelle Franzen.
Humanitarian aid could start flowing into Gaza soon. The U.S. brokered deal between Israel and Egypt will allow a limited number of convoy trucks with food, water, and other aid to enter for hundreds of thousands of Palestinians trapped in the enclave. Israel says its forces also have the green light to begin its major ground offensive in Gaza to destroy Hamas and search for hostages. ABC's Ian Pannell says skirmishes in the north at the Lebanon border adding to concerns that the conflict could spread.
The United Kingdom now advising its citizens in Lebanon to leave now while commercial options remain available, advising people not to travel to Lebanon at all amid fear that the conflict will spread. Overnight, the IDF releasing video saying they attacked military targets along the Lebanese border, retaliating against attacks by the Iranian-backed militant group Hezbollah.
President Biden will deliver a primetime address tonight to brief Americans.
That's scheduled for 7 o'clock Middle Tennessee time, and that's the latest news. Weather is next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Hey, my friend Paige Rue is going to be joining the show after 11:30. Paige is an absolute beast. She's a firearms instructor. She got a new reality show called Reloaded on Real America's Voice and SalemNow.com. You can check out. I suggest you do. She's an awesome person. She's going to join the show and talk about the new show after 11:30. There is another story I wanted to get to. Did you see what the White House posted last night on Instagram?
No.
All right. So last night on Instagram, the White House media team shares a picture. Okay. The caption reads, in Israel, President Biden met with first responders to thank them. What are you doing to me, Mac? What was that? It says, in Israel, President Biden met with first responders to thank them for their bravery and the work they're doing in response to the Hamas terrorist attack. So they post that on Instagram. Seems like it's all nice. It's a picture with him and some soldiers. Well, it turns out that when the White House media team shared that picture, they didn't blur or censor the faces of the Delta Force operators. They doxed the special forces team that had been sent into Israel to help free the hostages. They posted a picture of the special forces guys in Israel. Nobody thought it was a bad idea. These are the guys that Joe Biden was sending in to free the hostages, and the White House posted a picture of them on Instagram. Maureen Bannon tweeted, "Once again, this administration proves that they do not care about the safety of our service members overseas. The White House violated OPSEC when they posted this picture without blurring any of the faces. The operational security of all of the special operators over in Israel has been compromised by this massive failure." The post was deleted after an hour from posting. However, hundreds of thousands had already viewed it. The White House staffers that created it and approved it need to be immediately fired. How does this get missed? How does the White House post a picture of our special forces who are over there to help free American citizens and not realize that they're putting them at risk? This White House is an absolute failure. They honestly don't care about the military. They don't care about armed services. They don't care about anything. I would be upset, but I'm not even shocked. Of course, the White House would do this. Unreal. You know, and after this trip to Israel, Biden humbly boasts, "So I got it done. I got it done." Got what done? Did he calm tensions at all? No. World leaders didn't even want to meet with him. What on earth did he get done? I don't know. I guess maybe he'll tell us tonight in his Oval Office speech. Joe Biden tonight giving a rare Oval Office primetime speech less than 24 hours after returning from his solidarity trip to Israel. What are they going to do to wake this guy up? It's going to be his only second ever speech from the Oval Office. Behind the historic Resolute desk, AFP reports. Probably going to talk to us about the decision to link Israel and Ukraine. They say he's going to reflect his conviction, both defending what he has called the flame of liberty against darkness. The primetime address is going to come ahead of what the White House is requesting to the tune of $100 billion from Congress to deliver aid and resources to Ukraine, Israel, Taiwan, and the U.S. border with Mexico. Why do we always have to tie all of these things together? It's unbelievable. Let's give more money to Ukraine. Let's give more money to everyone except us. How much of that $100 billion do you think is actually going to go towards the border with Mexico? Probably not a lot. Probably not much. And the border is wide open. Wide open. Texas Governor Greg Abbott is ordering a barrier along the border with New Mexico and Mexico. Texas Governor Greg Abbott has ordered the construction of additional barriers along the state's border with New Mexico and Mexico. Border walls built in El Paso force the migrants to enter the U.S. now into New Mexico and then move across the Rio Grande into Texas, the governor says. Governor Abbott posted on Twitter stating that the state of Texas is installing additional fencing along the New Mexico border. The governor added that the existing barriers built on the Texas-Mexico border in El Paso move those migrants to cross into New Mexico. And of course, Greg Abbott's going to have to do something about the New Mexico border because, you know, the governor of New Mexico is more worried about taking firearms away from legal, law-abiding citizens. But good on Greg Abbott. He says our barriers around El Paso are making people go to New Mexico and then come over. To end that, he's going to be building more border wall in New Mexico. Unreal. Greg Abbott also goes on Twitter. Texas is the first and only state in U.S. history to build our own border wall. At least somebody's doing something. because this border's a mess. And again, I doubt much of that funding that Joe Biden is going to be asking from Congress for Ukraine, Israel, Taiwan, and the border. I think the border is going to get the short end of that stick. It's crazy, man. What is happening? 7 illegal aliens were busted in East Texas in a cockfighting raid, and ICE ignores it. Mac perked up.
Whoa.
It was Sunday afternoon. The sheriff's office in San Jacinto dispatchers received a call regarding an incident of animal cruelty in a subdivision near Cleveland, Texas. This location is approximately 5 miles from the scene where a 4-time deported Mexican national allegedly murdered 5 Honduran people in April. A patrol sergeant and 2 patrol deputies arrived and found approximately 250 to 300 people who were allegedly observing or participating in a large-scale illegal cockfighting operation.
Whoa.
I know, it's like, but this used to be like, this would have been big news 15 years ago, right? And now it's like, now this is like, oh, all right, cockfighting.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, with everything else, fentanyl, human trafficking, rampant illegal immigration, I'm like, all right, cockfighting, whatever.
Yeah, sounds good.
No big deal. The first deputies found a large wooden structure covering a round wooden cockfighting arena, the report continues. The arena had wooden bleachers and lawn chair seating areas. Bring your own chairs. It's fun for the whole family.
BYOC.
I don't know. I'd rather bring your kids to a drag queen story hour or a cockfighting ring. I don't know. There was also a working kitchen and a concession stand. They had hot dogs. A whiteboard documented the day's events and indicated that approximately 44 matches had already occurred before the deputies arrived. The deputies seized 96 live roosters, 43 vehicles, 4 custom utility trailers equipped for storing and transporting the roosters, 5 loaded pistols, a small quantity of marijuana, cockfighting paraphernalia, and more than $22,000 in cash.
So it's like an operation. This is a whole thing.
This is wild.
It's crazy.
Deputies,
a little bit of marijuana.
I love how they had then a couple joints, Not enough to put on the report. The deputies placed 19 apprehended suspects under arrest and discovered 7 who were believed to be illegally present in the U.S. Sheriff's Office contacted ICE office, and the sheriff reported that the United States Immigration and Customs Enforcement was contacted regarding the arrest of the subjects, and ICE refused to place any immigration holds on any of the undocumented aliens that were arrested and charged. That's the lead.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't mean to bury the lead, but the lead is that ICE is refusing to place any immigration holds on illegal aliens that are being arrested by local sheriffs. Like these local sheriffs in Texas don't have enough to deal with the illegal immigration. They bust an absolute massive cockfighting ring with bleachers and a snack stand, and they get illegal aliens, and ICE is like, yeah, we'll pass. Call us if you get something big. The sheriff said they were expected to make additional arrests as the investigation unfolds. At least 5 additional suspects have been identified, and the additional charges could include felony animal cruelty, felony cockfighting, misdemeanor gambling, misdemeanor unlawful carrying of a weapon, felony engaging in organized crime, and possible federal charges for unlawful possession of a firearm by an undocumented alien. It's also burying the lead. So the illegal aliens were armed. So
yeah.
Not only were they organizing and having a cockfighting ring, but they also were armed. And ICE was like, yeah, no, we're good.
Yeah, again, let us know when you get something serious, okay?
Yeah, this isn't serious, guys.
Child's play.
It's just family fun.
It's
wholesome.
Family fun.
In 2023, that's wholesome. Wholesome family entertainment. All this to say the border is just a mess. Our immigration and customs enforcement is a mess. And, when Biden says he's going to give money, ask Congress for $100 billion for Ukraine, Israel, Taiwan, and the border, I'm just like, yeah, I don't know. I don't see it happening. But the border's so bad. Every town is a border town. Everybody knows that. In fact, a Honduran migrant illegally present in the United States was arrested by the Nashville Metro Police Department for the second time in 1 week in connection to 2 separate Nashville murders. You know this story, don't you?
Yep.
Police announced the arrest of Kevin Castro Garcia Tuesday. This was reported on the 15th. Police announced that he would be arrested, charged with a second homicide involving the murder of Brandon Rivas Noriega, reported missing earlier this month. It's just like you think that we're good in Tennessee. I know the people that listen to this station know that we're definitely impacted by the illegal immigration, but it's like everywhere is being impacted by this illegal immigration. This guy in Nashville was twice deported.
Wow.
Twice.
Man. Yeah, I think that's a good point. There's really not a state that's safe from this right now.
It is crazy, man. And then you're having what is it? Special interest aliens that are crossing from Middle Eastern terrorist countries. We have to acknowledge the fact that there are sleeper cells, and I don't know if our FBI is even on it. They're too busy worried about MAGA being terrorists. You know, the ultra MAGA terrorists. I will point out something that frightened me. It was Alex Jones warned there would be a terrorist attack soon. Did you hear that?
No, I can't say that I keep up with Alex Jones's statements.
Well, Newsweek reported this.
So. Oh, okay.
Alex Jones warns of possible terrorist attacks. They ran the headline like it was like, "Ooh, what a conspiracy theorist!" I was like, that's a pretty mild take from Alex Jones.
Yeah, for Alex Jones. Yeah, that's really.
And Newsweek is so funny. They wrote conservative broadcaster. It's like, all right. They warned of potential terrorist attacks coming in the United States in the wake of Hamas' recent attack on Israel. Again, it's to make it seem like this is a crazy right-wing conspiracy theory. They're tying Alex Jones to it. But if you're paying attention, you see what's happening with the pro-Palestinian and pro-Hamas rallies happening around the country. It's not a stretch. It's not a stretch at all. I mean, even people that are kind of like, not really political seem to be jumping into this. Did you see Alicia Keys had a lot of backlash? Did you miss this story? So Alicia Keys went on Twitter and said, "What would you do if you weren't afraid of anything? Tell me your truth." And then she wrote, "I've had my eyes on paragliding," with the eyeball emoji.
Whoa.
Obviously referring to the paragliders of Hamas going into Israel. Obviously. She apologized and said that it was taken out of context. She said the post I shared earlier was completely unrelated in any way. Sure it was. But, they'll tell you that Donald Trump is inciting violence and, MAGA guys are going to be responsible for domestic terrorism. But I don't know. It looks like it's going to be the other way around. It's the Democrats who have left our border wide open that are going to be responsible for it. It's the Democrats who are just screaming and crying over what's happening to Hamas and Palestine after their terror attack. And even pseudo-celebrities like Alicia Keys putting Instagram posts up about paragliding, saying if she wasn't afraid to do anything, she's had her eyes on paragliding. Can that be an incitement to violence? Feels like it. Country's a mess. I feel like we are going to see some wild, wild things in the next few months. It doesn't feel like any of this is slowing down. It feels like it's just getting faster. I don't know. Hey, after 11:30, Paige Rue is joining us. She's the star of the new reality show from Turning Point USA, Reloaded. And she's a Second Amendment advocate. And she's fully believes in having yourself armed and the people around you armed. When I was trying to talk my wife into carrying, I was like, you got to look at Paige. Like, you know, she looks like a nice, sweet girl. She would absolutely wreck you if you tried anything. She joins the show after 11:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Hey, it's Chris Hanford, Jeff Eddy's Efficient Heating and Cooling. Now, I know it can be so hard to find somebody you trust with these large home repairs, and who are we kidding? HVAC, that is a large, expensive home repair. You got to find somebody you trust, because a lot of times these big box HVAC stores will just try to have you replace your unit if something goes wrong, because if something goes wrong, they make more money with you replacing your unit. That's why you have to have a guy you trust. Well, let me tell you about Jeff Eddy and Efficient Heating and Cooling. They're a small company with big service and big results. I trust Jeff and his crew to do what's right because they prove it time and time again. Plus, Jeff is an honest, hardworking Christian family man. And when I got to sit down with him and he talks about how proud he is of his company and the work that they do, you can't help but believe the guy. So if you're trying to make a decision to repair or replace your system, if you've gotten an opinion from another company and they say you got to replace it, call Jeff and his crew for a second look. They'll walk you through every option scenario so that way you can make an informed decision. Again, those other companies are just going to pressure you to replace that system because they make more money that way. But with Efficient, if you do need to replace your system, they offer up to 18 months, same as cash financing on the next unit. They're a diamond contractor with Mitsubishi Electric and an Elite Pro partner with Rheem. Go to efficienthvac.net or call 615-784-4424.
Got the breaking news involving the speaker's race in our nation's capital right now in Georgia. Breaking news regarding that election interference case against former President Trump and 18 other defendants. We'll tell you all about it at 11:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Ken Weaver. It is Super Talk 99.7 WTN. You know, when you're looking at all this news and you're like, man, could anything get worse? Like, with all the bad news we're seeing, could it be any worse? Well, I just want to say yes. Yes, it could.
Oh, okay. Sounds good.
You want to know what the worst is?
Yeah, what is it?
It's from the Gateway Pundit. Brace yourself. Devil comet, 3 times the size of Mount Everest, makes way to Earth. So a comet 3 times the size of Mount Everest is heading toward Earth, according to astronomers. It has been deemed the Devil Comet due to its horns exploding on October 5th and is now on a trajectory towards Earth. No need to worry, however, because the comet is not expected to hit Earth, but it will be visible from some parts of the Earth between April and June of next year. So all my biblical prophecy friends, here comes the Devil Comet. What are they? Is it like signs in the sky? Signs in the sky. The New York Post, as if things didn't seem apocalyptic enough already, scientists report that a horned comet 3 times bigger than Mount Everest is exploding and hurtling towards Earth. So be on the lookout for the Devil Comet.
It's just what we need. Good.
When I first read the headline, it was like, Devil Comet makes way to Earth. I was like, oh, perfect. A light at the end of the tunnel.
Finally, some hope.
Let's just clean this thing up and start over. Jeez. No, unfortunately, it'll miss us. But I mean, Devil Comet, that's a little spooky, right? I don't know. I think it'll be cool. I'll be looking for it. I'm a big fan of stars and comets and things.
Oh, yeah. Huge fan. 7793 says, are these government scientists, CIA scientists, or normal scientists?
Oh, there's the question. Dan texted and said, whatever happened to the murder hornets? I don't know.
Oh, yeah. Murder hornets, Ebola.
Oh, Ebola. That was a spicy one for a little bit. Yeah. 8559 said, how many football fields is that? I don't know. I'm going to do math. Somebody said, maybe it'll land on California and separate it from the mainland. That was 7793. Hey, that would be a best case scenario, right?
Yes.
Just a peaceful separation. All right. So, not going to hit us, but
dread.
Still a bigger threat than the murder hornets ever were. 11:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Ken Weaver's got the latest for you right now on Super Talk.
11:30 on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories, and just in time for lunch. We've got an overturned vehicle in Rutherford County. It is blocking the right lane of 24 eastbound right before I-840. Then here in Nashville, you got an injury crash, Sidco Drive and Harding Place. Right now in our nation's capital, still no House Speaker. Republican lawmakers now considering expanding the role of the temporary Speaker, North Carolina Congressman Patrick Henry, while Jim Jordan keeps fighting for the permanent job. But even this isn't certain.
There's a potential for a group of House conservatives to oppose this move, meaning Republicans would have to cut a deal with Democrats, and Democrats would have to be willing to essentially bail them out.
Right now in Georgia, one-time attorney for former President Trump, Sidney Powell, has pleaded guilty in the election interference case against Trump. According to the plea deal, Powell agreed to testify at trial and will serve 6 years probation and has to write an apology letter to the people of Georgia. That's the latest news. Weather is next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Hey everybody, I'm Paul Winkler. The financial world can be full of landmines for investors. On the one hand, investment firms and the financial community will often overcomplicate the financial planning process to confuse investors. As one guy who used to work a big investment firm once told me, if an investor thinks that they're over their head, they'll blindly trust you. And it's easier to sell to them. I'm glad I'm away from that. On the other hand, many people oversimplify investing to the detriment of investors. Just having a little knowledge can be really dangerous. The idea there is the same. It's just a different way of selling things. At Paul Winkler Inc., we like working alongside our clients with an education guidance approach. I believe that there's confidence that comes with knowing what you're doing and why. We abide by the very highest level of fiduciary care, and we use the most sophisticated financial planning tools out there. And Every one of our offices is run by a degreed planner with over 20 years experience. No kids fresh out of college. If that sounds like a winning formula, set up a free 15-minute phone call to learn more. Go to paulwinkler.com or call 615-851-1950. You can do this.
I'm Paige Rue, just a girly girl raised in the gun world. This is my family. I have a passion for firearms and empowering Americans to exercise their Second Amendment rights.
Bullseye! I'm gonna do a competition.
Yeah?
So you'll be my first one. We'll see how you do.
And this is our world, Shooter's World.
Super Talk 99.7 WTN 1136. My name is Chris Hand. Joining me now on the phone, the star of Reloaded from Turning Point USA, Paige Rue. What's up, Paige? How are you?
Hi, Chris. How are you?
I'm good. I'm so excited about your new show. I'm so excited to have you on. How is everything going with you?
It's great. It's been a rush since the show has launched. We have been waiting for this for a while, so it's exciting, and the feedback has been incredible.
Well, I mean, it's been a whirlwind for you the past few months anyway. You bought a new house. You've gotten engaged. Congratulations, by the way.
Thank you.
And then the launch of this show, it just looks fantastic.
Thank you. Yes, it's been a very, very busy couple of months, and hopefully season 2 will just kind of wrap that all in a bow for you guys.
Well, I'm excited. I'm excited for people to check this out. It's called Reloaded. It's streaming on salemnow.com and Real America's Voice, and it basically follows you and your family's business at your training facility, Shooters World. Tell me a little bit about how your family got into that, and then how you kind of took over.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I kind of compare me growing up in a shooting range like you grow up in your family's restaurant and you work at your family's restaurant on the weekends or after school. Mine just happened to be a shooting range. My dad was law enforcement in the military. He owned a tactical company, a very small one out of our garage. And then he actually had the opportunity there. We're the second owners of Shooters World. And in 2002, he had the opportunity to purchase it. And so he's owned it ever since. We expanded to 3 locations now, all kind of towards the West Valley of Phoenix, Arizona. And that's where I grew up. I had a playroom in one of the offices with my brother. I watched my dad teach classes, teach law enforcement, new shooters since I was about 8 years old. I would work gun shows on the weekends, passing out coupons. And at that time, politically, it was fine. I was educated. I was safe. I was never around firearms if my dad was not there with me. And so it was just part of my life. I obviously worked in the stores when I was, 16 to 18, and then I went off to college. I actually went to school for wedding planning. So, hospitality, I wanted to run big events in hotels. And I was also teaching at the time. I was teaching brand new shooters. It was called Basic Fundamentals. And I would teach mostly women at our shooting range. And that was purely just to make money. I knew, I was a broke college student, and I knew the curriculum. And so on the weekends, I would teach classes. And that's kind of how I started my Instagram, Some Chick Who Shoots. And it kind of just spiraled from there. I had no intention of staying in the gun industry. 2020 obviously was a shift for everyone, and events went away. School shut down, so I wasn't going to school anymore. And the firearms industry, the growth of people purchasing guns, and mostly women purchasing guns, was astronomical. And so my parents said, well, you're not planning events for us anymore, so I need you to teach more. And so I really took that on, and I really embraced it, wanted to be the best instructor that I could possibly be. And it kind of just went from there. I never turned back. And now I do this full time. I teach full time around the country and speak and work with Turning Point USA about, teaching the youth about the Second Amendment and firearm safety.
Well, and in the show, your family is kind of shocked that you went this route. They didn't expect it, did they?
No, not at all. Well, I was always in dance, gymnastics, and cheer, and my dad never pushed working at the stores at all. I just always loved working with him. And so, yes, all the time, I'm like, Dad, why didn't you put me into competitions? Shooting competitions around the Valley. Arizona specifically is rich with shooting competitions and matches. And he was like, I never thought that you would be the one to do this. So it's funny. We joke about that a lot.
And then now in the show, you are training and you're going to be competing in the tactical games. So What does the training look like? And then what do the tactical games look like? Because this is new to me. I've not heard of the tactical games. So explain it to me in a way I could understand it.
Absolutely. So the tactical games is basically, this is not a typical shooting competition by any means. This is like the Olympics of shooting competitions. And you'll see in the show, it's kind of like I just say, I was introduced to tactical games by someone at an expo, and they said, I was like, well, I'll go big or go home, I guess. So tactical games essentially is a 2-day competition, and it's a mixture of physical fitness and shooting for accuracy. But there's also a time cap on there. So if you've ever done my CrossFitters out there, it's a lot like CrossFit or that strongman physical fitness. You're running, you're doing hit workouts, getting your heart levels raised, And then you have to safely and accurately shoot a gun. And you do that multiple times. And there's 4, they call them battles, or 4 workouts each day. So then you're scored on your time and your accuracy, and that's how they decide their winners.
That's crazy. And I see in the show, you're doing a lot of training and you're shooting a variety of guns. What was like your favorite gun to shoot in the show? I see you in a couple episodes with Black Rambo, and you guys have some crazy firearms. What are you shooting in the show, and what was the most fun to shoot?
Oh gosh, Black Rambo. That episode, I think I've gotten more feedback of, people starting their first couple minutes and they go, I don't know if I'm going to like this episode. And then towards the end, I've gotten messages and how that episode kind of evolves. Everyone just said back to me, oh my gosh, I love this episode. I never thought that it was going to take this direction.
Black Rambo, he's a character. He's got dreadlocks, gold teeth. He's got some firearms with him.
Yes, so he's got a wide variety of stuff that I have never seen. There was a gun specifically with a thumb trigger, and I think that was one of my favorites. There was another one that kind of had a bump burst, so you kind of pull the trigger half back, and I think that was towards the one of the last guns I shot in that episode, and that one was so much fun. It had like an iodized rail on it. It had like rainbow colors on it. But yeah, he had guns with thumb triggers where you actually shot the gun with your thumb, which was crazy. I have never seen anything like that. And we only shot some of his guns, but they were great.
So I'm on the phone with Paige Rue, who is the star of the new Turning Point USA reality show Reloaded. Now, Paige, before I moved to Phoenix, or before I was about to move to Phoenix, I remember speaking with my wife, and I was like, "You got to start carrying." And one of the things I showed her was your Instagram page. I was like, "I'm going to link you up with Paige, and she can train you." But we ended up obviously never moving to Arizona, as you know. But what would you tell a woman out there who is kind of like teetering on the line of should I get a firearm or shouldn't I? And what would your advice be to somebody that's new in that world?
So there's a lot of people. You are not the only person who thinks that, whether you should own a firearm or not. Here's my thing. I think the Second Amendment is for everyone.
Yep.
And I want you to, ladies out there, I don't want you to feel like you have this immense pressure. All the women that I teach, they come in and they're like, I have to conceal, I have to do this. And I'm like, look, let's just learn the safety. Like if you were to come across a gun, let's know how to use it. Let's know how to make sure it's safe. Let's know the safety rules. Let's start there. And then let's have fun shooting it. Before we start talking about carrying it, let's take baby steps. And I think that I've seen women feel way more empowered and way more in control of their decision than just coming and saying, you have to do this. But I would take a class, take a private lesson with someone, a trained professional, and that way you're kind of able to get comfortable and have that help rather than just going and handed a gun and saying, okay, you know what to do, because that's very intimidating.
Good advice. I appreciate it. So then I saw another clip of you, okay? And this one caught my eye. So like I remember talking to my wife about linking up with you for training, but one that caught my eye that I saw you do was you fly with your firearms a lot.
All the time, yeah.
Okay, so I've never flown with a firearm. I want to fly with a firearm. How do you do it, and what's that process like?
Okay, so every airline is different, but what I always say is your first step is to wherever you're flying to, you need to make sure that you can legally have your gun there.
So don't do it. Yeah, don't go to New York.
Yes, the airline will not. That is not their job to tell you whether you're legally able to have that gun. So let's make sure that the gun is legal to be there. And how you can do that is honestly, I use it's USCCA, United States Concealed Carry Association. They have a ton of information online, and they break it down very easily of whether you can have a specific gun in that state or not. So I would use them as a tool. I use them all the time when I fly. step one, figure out if you can have that done there. Step two, depending on what airline you're at, you need to look at TSA guidelines and your airline's guidelines. So for instance, I fly American most of the time. Then you need to pack your gun up. You need to make sure the gun is empty, completely empty. Nothing in the chamber, nothing in the magazine. The magazine is that feeding device. You can't have any ammo in there. Everything needs to be empty. You can have, it doesn't have to be open or anything. You can just have it in your case in a box. If you have any ammo with you, it needs to be in a original box. It doesn't have to be the exact original box, but they don't want it loose, just bouncing around in your gun case. So it's got to be in a manufacturer box.
That makes sense.
Yep, you put that in your gun case, and then you need a case that is TSA approved. There are some safes, like small safes, that are TSA approved, and you can find that on the company's website. Or I use just a regular case that has a couple holes for a padlock in there. You do not have to use TSA approved locks. That's a very common misconception. I don't like using TSA approved locks because then anyone can get into them. I like using the padlocks with a key. Then I travel with the key. So if they need to get into it, they need to call me. If you need a padlock for every hole that is on your case. So for instance, my case has 2. I use 2 padlocks. If your case has 4, you need 4 padlocks. You lock it up, then you go to the counter and you just say, you can't go to the kiosk. You just say, I'm checking this and I would like to declare a firearm. Other than that, they grab you a piece of paper, they have you sign something, and then from there, it just really depends on the airline and the person and how educated they are and how comfortable they are. So from there, I kind of just say, I'd like to declare a firearm, and then I wait for them to give me any sort of instructions further. It's very different every time, but for the most part, they've done this so many times. You are not their first person, and it's pretty seamless from there. Once you fly into your state, you pick it up normally from the baggage office. You have to show your ID to get your firearm.
Good to know. Is there an airline that you found is much easier when it comes to this?
I personally, everyone is different, but I personally, with how much I fly, American Airlines has been the best and the most professional when it comes to a firearm. Southwest Airlines, I have had multiple negative experiences. My gun has come out on the main belt.
Oh, jeez.
And in one of the episodes, you will see this. I think it's Black Rambo's episode. I fly to New Orleans, and my gun and my suitcase are sitting in the middle of the airport, and they left it there. And that was not staged. It was a whole ordeal. I had to get management involved. I had to get head of the airport involved. It was very alarming because anyone could walk away with my gun. I feel like Southwest, I've had the biggest issues with, of just making sure that they have control over my gun when I don't.
And was that in Black Rambo 1 or Black Rambo Part 2? Because there's 2 Black Rambo episodes in Reloaded.
Black Rambo 1.
Okay, cool. I'm going to watch that one tonight. That's crazy, Paige.
Paige, it was crazy.
That is crazy. Paige Rue is the host of Reloaded, Turning Point USA's new reality series. The show is amazing. Paige is one of the best, and you can check it out on salemnow.com or on Real America's Voice. Paige, thank you so much for stopping by to talk to us about the show.
Thank you, Chris.
Hey, appreciate you. It's 11:50 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Matt Murphy checking in with us next. Let us know what he's got coming up on Murphy's show. We got more on the way. It's the Chris Hand Show on Super Talk. 11:57 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I've never seen Matt Murphy with such a reserved, calm take on, something of such importance.
Hello, Chris Hand. How are you?
Good. Everybody says he always comes in here hot and he's ready to go. But today he's just reserved.
Oh, he's nice and calm today. I mean, that's how he usually is.
Very
he's not a
calm.
firecracker.
I asked him about the Speaker of the House, and you know what he said to me? He said, "It will be.
It'll be okay. It'll be fine."
He said,
"We'll get a new country soon.
We're gonna be.
We'll get something new soon."
He's unburdened by what it's done.
Exactly.
Bingo.
Thank you for making me laugh.
I'm trying.
Man, oh man, I'm flabbergasted. One of my preferred words. I'm flabbergasted over what's going on in Washington, D.C. right now.
I can't believe Jim Jordan didn't make them go to round 3. McCarthy did 15 rounds.
You brought up this point while we were talking about it, and I'd not thought of that. Say what you will about Kevin McCarthy. They kept voting.
Vote again.
Let's vote again. And it seems, and we'll discuss it on the top of the show, that we're just going to call a lid on 2023. We're just going to go home for the holidays, everybody. We've worked hard up here. We're going home. McHenry's got it, and we'll talk to you in 2024. Makes me sick.
Bow ties, baby. Get ready for more bow ties and gavel banging.
I'm a nerd. Sorry.
Matt Murphy's up next. Hey, on the show tomorrow, we get to recap the Oval Office speech that's happening tonight. I'm excited about that.
Ooh.
It's Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Don't. I want to do this show standing today. I'm very loud in my headphones. I don't know why. I want to do this show standing today for some reason. I think it would calm me down. Hello, good afternoon, 12:04. Welcome in, Super Talk 99.7, WTN, Matt Murphy and you. Until about 3 o'clock, we'll hand the baton to Brian Wilson at that time. I will attempt to not yell at you. I might yell with you about a matter or two of great concern. 7122 is already complaining about the music. What music are you complaining about? That's my opening theme. You hear it 3 times a day, 7122. Don't test me today. And Todd, no, you can't say Happy Friday. Well, you can say whatever you want. It's a free country so long as we keep it, which I don't expect that we'll have it very much longer. It is Thursday, October 19th, 2023. This is episode 438 of the Matt Murphy Radio Show. Thank you for being here. 615-737-9986. If you'd like to be a part of the show, you're always invited. Either via text, super text line up and running, or on the phones themselves when they work. We have 2 guests to tell you about maybe some other ads, as there is no activity in the House of Representatives today, so what are those people doing? Maybe Mark Green, who decided to cancel on us yesterday, can bother to show up and speak to his constituency about why the Republicans can't get anything done in Washington, D.C. Andy Ogles is expected to be here at 1:05. Senator Bill Hagerty expected to be here at 2:05. Someone warned them that I'm not having any of it. I'm sick of it. I'm over it. Those of you who listen to Super Talk 99.7 WTN on a regular basis, on the regular, you're listening for, obviously, news and information, but also you care. More broadly, you don't have to agree with me, and I don't expect that you do all the time. I'm a little nutty. I'm a little off my rocker. So if you agree with me 100% of the time, I would strongly encourage you to get a weekly session somewhere. I understand that I'm on tilt half of the time. But for those of us who consume the news daily, there are certain levels of expectation that we have. And I don't know how many times elected Republicans have to disappoint me before I give up expecting anything other than disappointment. Over and over and over again, they snatch victory from the jaws of defeat, or defeat from the jaws of victory from the jaws of defeat. Danny, I have no interest in running for office. I couldn't get elected from. Danny says, so run for office. I couldn't get elected. I'm too conservative, bud. I'm too conservative, bud. There aren't any conservatives in Washington, D.C. anymore. Everybody wants to talk about rhinos. Everybody wants to talk about, oh, he's a Republican in name only. He's a Republican. There are no conservatives in Washington, D.C. anymore. You're a Republican in name only. What's so good about being a Republican? What is so awesome about being a Republican? Republicans aren't conservatives anymore. None of them. None of them. Yeah, but my guy, your guy too. Your guy too. I'm over it. So, if you've not heard, the GOP is currently deciding to call a lid on 2023. We're just going to punt on all of the hard work. We're going to take a bad situation and make it exponentially worse while the world is burning down. We're going to take a bad situation on the southern border and make it worse by giving it 2.5 months to fester. Don't tell me that Patrick McHenry has any power as a temporary elected anything. So let's give you the news, and I'll allow you to opine upon it, and I'll try not to yell at you. I promise I won't, but I'm very disappointed and frustrated more at myself than anything that I continuously walk back to the table. I regularly sit down with individuals that I perceive as conservative Republicans, and I try to have them help me understand how if they just had this, that, or the other thing, that they could win in a conservative fashion. And they never do. I'm not pulling the I've been around the block or two card, except to say that I've been around the block once or twice. I remember, and I can't get the details. I'd have to look it up, the specific details, but I remember my first experience in this arena on this level. It was around 2002. George W. Bush, President of the United States. I want to say late 2002, maybe into 2003, because I was in Birmingham. I started my radio career in talk radio in Montgomery, Alabama. I had done some music-based stuff before then. That was in late 1999, early 2000. As of summer of 2002, I got a job in Birmingham, and I went up to Birmingham. And I mark time in this way, so that's why I'm walking through this with you. George W. Bush is President of the United States. It was around the time when Harry Reid was blocking judicial nominations, and some were suggesting that the Republicans pull the nuclear option, right? Remember all of that? The nuclear option being that you don't need a supermajority in order to advance nominees in the United States Senate. You just need a simple majority, and the Republicans wouldn't do it. And they blathered on consistently. I get blather about, well, if we just had the White House, we could get something done. Well, if we just had more Republicans in the House, we could get something done. But, Matt, you have to understand, if we just had the Senate, we could get something done. If we just had a supermajority in the Senate, if we just had all Republicans in both houses of Congress and in the White, at some point, the American people are tired of the excuses. And when the Republican Party loses the House of Representatives next cycle to the Democrats, they'll whine and complain about, oh, if we get in control of the House, we'll get something done, guys. Every one of us that cares about our country should be on the phone with our individual representatives demanding that they stay in Washington, D.C. until they get a new Speaker of the House. No, you don't get to come home. No, you don't get to punt. You don't get to change the rules. You started this. Now, maybe not all of you, maybe not most of you, but the people that you gather together with and enjoy the company of at parties, you need to corral those individuals together in a room together and figure it out. Because the world is burning down around us. We've got no leadership in Washington, D.C., in the White House. My God, we need some in the Congress. And we don't have it. Not McCarthy, not Jordan, nobody. So what are we going to do? I mean, we have a train wreck of a presidential administration. This guy could not find his butt with a compass and 2 flashlights. And help from Karine Jean-Pierre and John Kirby and Anthony Blinken and every other one of those people standing around on Air Force One worried that he's going to say something stupid, which he did. So backing up and trying to calm down because I care about the United States very, very much. I am passionate, and my passion often manifests itself as frustration and even anger. And for those that find that off-putting, I apologize. I'm sorry. I don't mean to care so much. But I do, and I keep waiting for conservatives to come along. I keep waiting for classical conservatives to come along. People that actually care about fiscal discipline. Well, what are we going to do? I mean, we can't get out of this myth overnight. God almighty, it makes me sick. If I have to hear that crap one more time from somebody that calls themselves a conservative, and I mean all of them. Yes, you're all on the table today. All of you. Where's Mark Green? Where is he? Where's Desjardins? Where is he? Where's Burchett? Ogles will be here in less than an hour. He probably picked the wrong day to be on because I'm going to yell at him. I'm going to yell at him. And he's going to agree with me. They always do. I agree with you, Matt. It's frustrating. I've been around the block, man. I was born at night. I was not born last night. And over again. And I don't know how many times they do this to me. I feel like a battered woman. Remember the battered women syndrome? I'll never do it again, I promise. So, to back up for those in Aniana, just catching up with the story. Some Republicans in Washington, D.C. had enough of it. And when the House of Representatives went over to Republicans in November of last year, and then that House was reset in January of this year, the Speaker nominations began. And for 15 rounds, most of you remember this, for 15 rounds, we went over and over again. And Kevin McCarthy, who was the House Minority Leader when the Republicans were in the minority, took over as Speaker of the House. And I was willing to let this happen for a couple of reasons. One, Kevin McCarthy had never been Speaker of the House. He had only been the House Minority Leader. Let's give him an opportunity. Two, the conservatives, or the more I don't even want to call them conservatives anymore. The right wing of the Republican Party. I mean, none of them are. We're like changing the language before our very eyes. I don't mean to talk in confusing ways, but how is it conservative that we have $34 trillion in debt, that we overspend by $2 trillion a year, that Joe Biden just proposed that we give Israel, who hasn't asked for it, and Ukraine $1/10 of $1 trillion, in addition to the $1/10 of $1 trillion that we've already given Ukraine with no accountability? We are watching our country die. We are watching our country die. And there's not an SOB in Washington, D.C. doing anything about it. I do not believe I'm overstating the case. Our southern border has never been more open. There are people in the world that want to destroy the United States of America. There are people in the world that are planning to attack the United States of America in the same way that our ally Israel was attacked less than 2 weeks ago. We have never been more vulnerable in terms of our economic stability, considering the weakness of the President of the United States right now and his willingness to kowtow before the greatest entity that we have against us, China, and others like radical Islam. Oh, look, 92, and this is what I deal with. 92 23 writes in and says, Matt Murphy starts his rant and I turn off WTN. I'll be glad when he gets canned. This same guy wrote in a couple of days ago. For management, 3 times yesterday I turned on WTN, and after 3 commercials each time I turned it off. Today I turned on WTN, and I heard the latest of the news. Then Matt Murphy got on talking about a commercial he had heard. Really? So much for WTN being the news station. So here's the news for 9223, who doesn't like my rant. Jim Jordan announced today that there would be, or it was announced today that there would be no vote for Speaker of the House today because they can't be bothered actually doing hard work. You know, at least McCarthy, they kept voting. I mean, 7716 says stop yelling. Well, what do you want me to do? I don't. What do you want me to do? I'll do it. Call me 7716 and I'll do whatever you want me to do. I'll talk about anything you want me to talk about. I'll be as dispassionate about all this. You want me to tell you that everything's okay? Everything's not okay. Everything's not okay. Those that claim that they are conservatives get absolutely nothing done in Washington, D.C. Nothing. And the Washingtonized run the show. Jim Jordan hasn't given up in the sense that he's not withdrawn his name from consideration, but he reads the tea leaves to the point that he's decided that we don't need to have a vote today, so they're not going to have a vote today. And we are told that Jim Jordan is willing to accept a compromise by which Patrick McHenry, who is currently the temporary Speaker of the House until they find another Speaker of the House, that Patrick McHenry become and remain Speaker of the House until January. So what they're essentially doing is they're calling a lid on the year. Is this not yelling enough for you guys? Am I still talking too forcefully for some of you damn snowflakes? Sorry, I didn't mean to curse. But I do that from time to time. So Patrick McHenry, here's my analysis real quick. We'll go to break. Patrick McHenry as temporary speaker, which conservatives in D.C. say that they're willing to concede to. That will guarantee an omnibus spending package, so we'll continue to overspend by several $1 trillion over the next year, adding several $1 trillion to the national debt, and conservatives don't seem to care. It will open the checkbook for Ukraine for unlimited spending in Ukraine. It will open the checkbook for Gaza, which will lead to money funneled into Hamas coffers. It will lead to no effort. There will be zero additional money spent on the southern border. There will be no effort to stop the flood of illegal immigration coming across the southern border. There will be zero effort to stop the out-of-control federal spending and to actually tackle the deficit. By doing this, the GOP, the so-called conservatives in Washington, D.C., are calling a lid on 2023, essentially. They're basically saying we're just going to call a break until 2024. Every Republican in Washington, D.C., every single one of them should have their phone ringing off the hook right now. And we should demand, here's the singular demand, you stay in what? You don't spend our money on a flight back home. We don't want to see you. We don't want to see you at parties. We don't want to see you at events. We don't want to see you at public gatherings. We don't want to hear from you. We want you to stay in Washington, D.C. until you accomplish the most basic task of your job. Elect a Speaker of the House. All right, I'll tell you what. I'm not stroking, by the way. 9660 says, no one likes angry bleep attitude. Passionate, yes. Yelling and nearly stroking on air, no, Matt. Okay, well, I won't care anymore then. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know how to be different than I am. The only thing I can do is to talk about sports or to talk about, what's going on at the Ryman tonight. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. I have rarely been at more of a loss for words than I am right now, that they can't accomplish the basic role of their job by electing a speaker, and they're coming home. They're going to come home. They're going to come home. They're going to roll this over into 2024. That's what they're going to do. Unless you stop it. I can't stop it. It's 25 after on Super Talk. Mill Creek View is a wonderful podcast emanating out of Franklin, Tennessee. They've covered that Franklin mayor's race like the morning dew, and they will cover most everything in politics, whether it's local, state, national, but they also do so much more than just politics. Steve Abramowitz is the host of Mill Creek View, that incredible advocacy podcast. And I strongly recommend you check them out. You can find them at mcview.us. That's their website, mcview.us. Just click on the podcast page and you'll see the many different episodes. Arts and authors, culture, entertainment, and, of course, politics. Frequently the number one show on Podomatic in politics in that category. Deezer, iTunes, iHeart, Spotify, all of your favorite podcasts. When you're not listening to Super Talk 99.7 WTN or some of our off the air programming, I encourage you to listen to Mill Creek View. Steve is also the CEO and editor-in-chief of the Mill Creek View newspaper. Find them at mcview.us. That's mcview.us. Jeff Eddy and Efficient Heating and Cooling understand that this cool weather comes in and you crank the heat up and then the smell comes and you don't know if that heater is running as it should or if that's just something that's going to burn off. And why would you want to smell that? Why would you put your family through it? Why not call Jeff Eddy and Efficient Heating and Cooling and let him get that heater ready? The heater gets ready with Jeff Eddy and Efficient Heating and Cooling. Perhaps you need a second opinion on something that you've been told from another company. Please get that second opinion from Jeff Eddy. They're experts at giving you that. They never charge you overtime rates when you have to make a call, when the heater goes out or whatnot. No overtime, keeps those invoices low. That keeps that wallet, keeps you from having to spend more money than you need to. Efficient also is a diamond contractor from Mitsubishi Electric and an Elite Pro partner with Rheem. So when it comes time, they've got options for you at Efficient Heating and Cooling. Go to efficienthvac.net, efficienthvac.net, or call 615-784-4424. 784-4424. Efficient Heating and Cooling. Hello, Super Talk 99.7 WTN. My name is Matt Murphy, and this is All Things Belabored. It's 12:34. Glad to have you with us. I slipped out of my battle gear, and I slipped on, for those of you watching on Super Talk TV, which I didn't mention in the opening rant, I've got on you like my Mr. Rogers sweater? It's pretty nice, isn't it?
Yeah, and it actually matches your T-shirt.
You know what? I had a different T-shirt selected, and when I realized I was going to put this sweater on, I traded it out for the green because I thought it would go better together. Thank you for noticing, Belle. If you've not noticed, I'm trying to calm the temperature of the room for the several snowflakes that have decided that they don't like me ranting. So.
Let me help.
Okay, so...
Just my contribution.
It's Thursday, October 19th. It's episode 438. You can consume the show in a variety of different ways on the airwaves, traditional, 100,000 watts of radio power all across Middle Tennessee, Southern Kentucky, Northern Alabama. You can also pick us up on any variety of streaming platforms, really a streaming platform of your choosing. If you type in Supertalk 99.7 WTN, we'll be there. Then there's the television side of things where you can see me getting all red in the face, which is a normal occurrence because I'm part Cherokee Indian. You can do that by going to YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, and we appreciate you being there. Hello. Today's television episode, 438, is entitled...
Matt Murphy with the latest on Biden's questioning Israel's war with the chickpea. The libertarian lunch, noon to 3. No hummus.
It's all about that bass. No treble. So, yeah, I'll get into Biden on the Air Force One deal coming up in just a moment. So here's where we are. Jim Jordan canceled a third speaker's vote. The House Judiciary Committee chair said that there was no need for it, canceled that vote to elect a Speaker of the House of Representatives, and will back a move to empower House Speaker Pro Tem Patrick McHenry until January. Jordan lost some of his support on the second ballot, scoring only 199 votes. He needs 217 to become the next Speaker. Jordan's team said that they had intended to keep going with a third vote, with supporters optimistic he could gain support. However, there had also been other potential candidates emerging from the wings amid the stalemate. Republicans held a closed-door meeting this morning. Tensions escalated within the House GOP. Several of Jordan's critics said that they had gotten threats because they did not vote for him for Speaker. Jordan has repeatedly condemned those threats. So these snowflakes in D.C. can't handle it. I don't support threats of any sort. I get them all the time. I got a threat via email yesterday.
I'm sorry, I was a little angry.
No, some rando hoping that I died this week. Seriously. So I guess I should bundle up in a little ball and cry myself to sleep too, like some of these Republicans, so-called. Oh, they're Republicans. They're just not conservatives. According to reports from people inside the room, there was cursing, there was shouting. And so they're giving up. Oh, we're just hearing 5730 said, I called Mark Green and his assistant told me he's backing the non-plan of the temporary Speaker of the House. I'm telling you, folks, a temporary speaker in Patrick McHenry guarantees an omnibus spending package from the Senate because the House remains in disarray. Now, that was probably going to happen one way or the other because of the time, tick-tock, tick-tock. But there are no excuses. You think Jim Jordan's going to have a better shot at it in January? This nonsense will continue into 2024 until the Republicans lose the House of Representatives and probably the presidency, and we lose the country. Am I overstating that? Matt is first up in Nashville. I'll get out of the way and let you guys talk. I've ranted enough. Hey, Matt, how are you?
I'm good. How you doing, sir?
I'm well.
Yeah, just to quote 1776, the musical / movie. 1 useless man is a disgrace. 2 is a law firm, and 3 or more is a Congress. And by God, we have this Congress. And I swear to God, the opening line of that movie describes what's going on with the Republican Party in Congress perfectly. Thank you, Mr. Murphy.
Thank you very much, Matt. Succinct, pithy, to the point, and I like it. Nancy is next in Springfield. Hello, Nancy. I'm glad you called. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you.
Other than very, very upset with our country, which there are plenty of us out here right there with you. There is one thing that we can hang our hats on, and if more people would get behind it, of course, there's millions already that have signed a petition for Convention of States, which is for Article 5. It is actually in the Constitution that we, the people, like the Constitution starts with those 3 words, we, the people, we do have power. And we're letting our federal governmental officials, I use that term loosely, run right over us. That's not how our Constitution was written. So we have to stand up and say, hey, people, come on. Put your money where your mouth is, basically. Come and support Convention of States. Let's get out there. Let's let our friends and neighbors know that I don't care if you're Republican. I don't care if you're Democrat. I don't care if you're independent. If you're Communist Party, I don't care. Convention of States says we have the power to call a convention that the federal guys cannot be part of.
No, I would love it, and I'm a big fan of the Article 5 convention concept. I would love it if we could get some movement behind it, a little more movement than just conversation. And in any way, if there's movement in the state of Tennessee, someone tell me where that movement is, and I'll be behind it 100%.
Well, right now, Tennessee has already passed it. And our job as Convention of State Volunteers in the state of Tennessee is to do our best to make sure that we don't have some radical jump in there and, yay, Rassis Pumbaa, let's take this out. You don't want it, people. You don't want it, people. You don't want it, people. And he'll give them all kinds of false reasons. But they'll take it out then. So our job is that if we get wind of that, we go back to all of our legislators and we say, whoa, wait a minute. You sure you want to do this? Because we've got a whole bunch of people here that have signed petitions saying they're supporting this. Now, these people are your constituents.
Yeah, I don't want to dive too deeply into it today, Nancy, because I've got so many others that want to speak on matters that are happening right now. But keep me up to date on it. Email me about it. Let me know how I can assist in any way if you're involved in the process. And I appreciate the call today. I agree with the concept of a convention of states. Sadly, it has much like the fair tax. I used to preach about the fair tax regularly. But you can only do that so much before you realize it's going. I mean, I'm not saying the Convention of States is going anywhere. It's constitutional. You read Article 5, you'll see it. But I just don't know. I just don't know where it's going. I don't know. I'm disillusioned today. I admit that. Steve is in Sparta. Hello, Steve. How are you?
Matt, I'm doing well, thanks.
Good.
Say, don't acquiesce to these snowflakes that are texting you. You need to keep yelling. The other guy that's yelling is Mark Levin, and I just finished reading his new book, The Democrat Party Hates America, and I think everybody should take a look at it. I think the other thing that everybody's missing here is really important for your own finances. 3 times that I can remember, twice that I can remember, where it had a major impact on the crash in the market was in the 20s when the Fed took money out of money supply, took it out of the system, and the market crashed in 29.
Again, when I was in the business in 1987, from the spring till October, the Fed Volcker took money out of the system and the market crashed. Well, Powell has been taking money out of the system since spring, okay? And we are due for a major crash, which is going to have a huge impact on everything else that we're doing. And man, you're great, and you need to keep yelling, okay?
Well, thank you, Steve. I appreciate that. And thank you for the, you're right. Sadly, I don't predict that sort of thing. I don't have the expertise to predict that sort of thing, but we are not on solid financial footing as a country, and sadly, the free market is shaky because of some of the disruptions created by government, particularly the infusion of fake money into the system. There's been a tremendous amount of infusion of fake money. Larry is in Clarksville. He joins us next. Hey, Larry, how are you?
Hey, brother. Thanks
Larry,
for taking my call.
What's up, man?
Well, I'm going to have to duct tape my head. First of all, for all these wussies that are calling in and saying you're screaming or yelling, give them my number, because I won't have to follow FCC standards, and I can explain yelling to them. But and Matt, yes, I agree that we have to get our federal spending under control. But what is going to happen if Hakeem Jeffries winds up as Speaker of the House?
I don't think it matters. I mean, I'm being dead serious. Considering the mealy-mouthed, weak-kneed, lily-livered, so-called conservatives that are in D.C. right now, what would be different? They're giving the Democrats everything they want. They're overspending by $2 trillion a year. They don't do anything about the southern border. They're not doing anything about freeing open the energy sector. They're not doing anything about handing billions of dollars to wars overseas without any level of accountability. And I'm not even suggesting we shouldn't be doing some material support for some of these. But, what would be, I don't mean to yell at you, but what would be different, Larry, if Hakeem Jeffries was Speaker of the House?
First of all, you're not yelling at me, man. I've been yelled at by a DI.
But you know what I'm saying. I know. I mean, the only thing that would change would be some of the investigations initiated by the Oversight Committee and the Judy would shut down in the House. But those investigations haven't gone anywhere from a criminal standpoint. So,
I wish I had the answer, Matt. I mean, the only answer I have is that some of the so-called Republicans, and because I'm using that in a better sense of the word, need to grow a pair of cojones and actually stand up for something instead of just automatically wanting to just hand over everything to get just a little bit of something passed. I mean, brother, I am so sick, and listen, I'm not the only one. I am so sick and tired of these so-called conservative Republicans just standing by and just taking a knee and being a Monica Lewinsky or a Kamala Harris.
Well, here's what I would say, because I understand that there are some that are more conservative than others, and I get on my rant pants, and the real conservatives are few and far between. And if they want me to believe that they're in it for the long haul to win it, they would stay in Washington, D.C. and fight. They won't. They'll fly home on our dime. And they'll talk about how much Andy Ogles will be on in 10 minutes. And Andy Ogles will talk about how he's fighting the good fight and he disagrees with all of this. And I'll listen and I'll nod approvingly. But I'm just sick of being sold this bill of goods, because I've been it's been, and thank you, Larry, for the call. It's been 20 years, right? It's been over where, oh, man, if we just had the White House, we can't do anything without the White House. And you give them the White House. Oh, if we just had the House of Representatives. They had the House of Representatives and the Senate and Donald Trump in the White House for 2 years. What the hell did they do? What'd they do? What'd they do? I'm waiting. Now, I mean, deregulation, sure. Energy sector, rocking and roll. The presidency got a few things done. The Congress didn't get anything done. They couldn't even get him funding for the border. He had to do the end around to get that. Daniel is in Tullahoma. Hello, Daniel. How are you?
Hey, big guy. How you doing?
I'm well, man. Thank you.
Hey, I'm a combat veteran, twice in Iraq, once in Afghanistan. And, I understand the frustration that you have. I get it. Been there, done that, confused, at times and whatnot. So I get it. You're saying what we all feel and think because we care about our country. So keep blasting them, And the one thing that I want to part with you is, my grandfather told me before I went to Afghanistan, tough times never last, but tough people do. So keep up the good work.
Well, Daniel, thank you.
You're saying exactly what we're all thinking.
Well, thank you for your service, and I deeply, deeply hope that we do not give away the country that you fought for, the freedom that you fought for.
I don't think we will. I think it'll come to a precipice. I think we're getting close to that. Everybody's frustrated. The economy is in the crapper. Inflation's, through the roof. People are struggling. I get it. We all get it. If we weren't passionate enough and if we didn't care about our country and the way it was going, we wouldn't give a rat's rump which way it goes. And that includes, all the talking heads and talk radio across this land and everything else. So, keep blasting it. And yes, we need to hold our elected officials accountable. And if that means we primary them out, then we primary them out. They work for us. They're on our payroll. And if they're not going to put America first, then, we put them in the trash and we get somebody else. That's going to be America first.
Well, and Daniel, and thank you so much. And I so appreciate your call and I so appreciate your service. Even if Jim Jordan somehow is toxic goods, the idea that they would just pick up a temporary guy, and some of the conservatives up there, or quote unquote conservatives up there, I don't know that there's anybody really conservative up there, with a couple of exceptions, but they're not down for this idea of putting McHenry in as temporary speaker. So what happens then? Well, then the Republicans have to go to Democrats and beg Democrats for votes. The Republican majority in the House have to beg Democrats for votes, the same way that Matt Gaetz had to get all the Democrats to vote for him to boot McCarthy to begin with. I didn't have a problem with that. I have a problem with this. Get in a room and figure it out and stop being children. Oh, I was threatened or whatever. I don't support threats of any sort, but if you put yourself in the public spotlight, I get them. I get them. I mean, that comes with the territory, right? You want an example? Here, let me give you an example. Let's see. Where did I put that? Oh, Bell says I got to take a break, so I can't give you an example. It's 12:54 on Super Talk. Hey, folks, Matt Murphy here for Safe House. You know, we live in dangerous times. We talk about it all the time on the Matt Murphy radio show. And Mark at the Safe House can help protect those things that protect you and your family. We're talking about the weapons, your Second Amendment weapons, you know. So if you're in need of a gun safe, if you're in need of expansion, if you're in need of something to keep your valuables, your jewelry, your important paperwork to prevent fire or theft, well, let's get to the Safe House. Conveniently located on 4th Avenue South, just across the street from City Cemetery. Beautiful warehouse over there with a lot of safes inside of it. And even more in their secondary warehouse. They've got almost 600 safes on the regular. Safes like Incredible Browning or Rhino, Fort Knox. They've got them all at Nashville Safe House. Go and look online at NashvilleSafeHouse.com, or better yet, look in person. Tell Mark I sent you to the Safe House. When you tour the facility, understand that he's going to tell you to buy bigger because he knows you'll fill it. Nashville Safe House is there for you when you need them. And they charge for their delivery. How about that? They're honest with you, upfront with you, that it costs money to deliver that safe. They don't just embed it in the price of the safe. The price of the safe is the price of the safe. It's Nashville Safe House. Online, once again, NashvilleSafeHouse.com.
Hey everybody, I'm Paul Winkler. The financial world can be full of landmines for investors. On the one hand, investment firms and the financial community will often overcomplicate the financial planning process to confuse investors. As one guy who used to work a big investment firm once told me, if an investor thinks that they're over their head, they'll blindly trust you. And it's easier to sell to them. I'm glad I'm away from that. On the other hand, many people oversimplify investing to the detriment of investors. Just having a little knowledge can be really dangerous. The idea there is the same. It's just a different way of selling things. At Paul Winkler Inc., we like working alongside our clients with an education guidance approach. I believe that there's confidence that comes with knowing what you're doing and why. We abide by the very highest level of fiduciary care, and we use the most sophisticated financial planning tools out there. And every one of our offices is run by a degreed planner with over 20 years experience. No kids fresh out of college. If that sounds like a winning formula, set up a free 15-minute phone call to learn more. Go to paulwinkler.com or call 615-851-1950. You can do this.
I love the state of Tennessee. I love everything about it, and I love hunting and fishing in the state of Tennessee, and what you guys do is so great. I was born and raised here, and this song is for Tennessee and everybody in it. Well, I have roamed across the land, and I have sailed deepest sea. When I've drawn my last breath, do this one thing for me. So won't you take me back to Tennessee, where southern streams are flowing free. Me and mine, Lord, will always be right at home in Tennessee, right at home in the woods of Tennessee, right at home in Tennessee. Awesome.
Here we go. It is the Matt Murphy Radio Show, Super Talk 99.7, WTN 104. If you are not able to catch the Libertarian Lunch Hour between noon and 1, it was a calming, relaxing lunch. Hey, I just got sent this from Dave in sales. I know we have Andy Ogles. Representative Ogles is set to go on the line. We just got this from Dave in sales. It was a pretty lively first hour. I'm just kidding about the calmness of it. I was a bit fired up, and I will continue to be so. That's right. That's exactly right. Yes, you're going to hear about it. So Dave from sales sent me this message that, well, just listen.
I'm not in sales, but I like the number of Matt Murphy. Evidently, you don't want anybody to call in because it's all such a number. What's the matter? You too scared somebody might voice your opinion?
615-737-9986.
Two lines open.
I would love to hear from that person. Right now, we'll hear from Andy Ogles, representative of the 5th Congressional District. Andy, I'm going to do my dead level best not to yell at you based on things that you have no control over, but...
Brother, let me tell you something. You should be yelling. You should be pissed off because I'm pissed off. We should be working at 2 a.m. and we should be staying weekends. I stood up in conference today and I said the very same thing. I sent a dear colleague letter to these people to tell them to do their damn jobs. I'm so fed up with this place because they sit around and want to go to their luncheons and their cocktail parties instead of electing a speaker. And I'm fed up with this place. Man. And forgive me for being so blunt, but this is ridiculous. I'm sorry.
Well, no. I'm glad you're fired up, Andy. I need to hear that some people up there are fired up because we get the news this morning there will be no third vote, that Jordan has even given up the idea of a third vote, and now we're going to go to some sort of temporary elected speaker in Patrick McHenry, which to me, you tell me if I'm wrong, I don't think I am, that almost guarantees this omnibus, that almost guarantees Joe Biden gets all the money that he wants for this Ukraine conflict, for to give Gaza whatever amount of money he's talking about giving Gaza, which will go immediately to Hamas. That means no money for southern border security. That means it's almost like some in Washington, D.C., not you, but some are saying, let's just call a lid on 2023 and we'll try to figure this out January of 2024.
Well, so, Israel has asked for $10 billion. Biden is wants $100 billion. There's $90 billion there that's going to go to terrorists. It's going to go to blue cities. It's going to be wasted. But going back to the Speaker Pro Tem, so there's a lot of us, so we've been hammering it. So I did a Dear Colleague letter. We circulated it in D.C. amongst the D.C. media to put pressure on my colleagues, quite frankly. And there's not enough votes to pass that unless the Democrats have cut some sort of deal with leadership. And I tell you, if that happens, it will be absolute war on the House floor. We will grind this dadgum place to a halt. I mean, because look, if you're negotiating with the radical Hakeem Jeffries, if you're in leadership and you're doing that, that comes with a price. And it's a steep price, and it's a price that the American people don't want. So I've been encouraging Jim to stay in the fight. Now, look, it seems like he's wanting to back off a little bit. I can't speak for Jim, but we should be voting. We should be voting now. We should vote tonight. We should vote tomorrow. We should vote on Saturday. By George, I'll get up in the morning, I'll go to a local church, and we should be voting Sunday afternoon. But this is a job we have. We have one job right now. That's to elect a speaker.
Tell me as much as you can. I understand that there was a meeting earlier today. First off, were you in the meeting?
Two things. One, I was in the meeting, and two, I'm happy to spill the beans. What you want to know? So.
Well, because we hear that there was cursing, that there was yelling, that people were upset. I mean, Andy, you get threats. I mean, I don't encourage them, and I don't like them, and I don't want you to, but you put yourself in the public spotlight, and people are going to say things. The same with me, and so now some of these Republicans are upset because they've gotten some angry calls from their constituents. Tell me what happened in the meeting.
So to explain to your listeners what you have, the format, it's called a conference meeting. At the front of the room, you'll have the various members of leadership. They conduct the meeting. Elise Stefanik is standing up at the podium. Each member can come up to a mic. You have 2 minutes. And you basically, it's 2 minutes to air your grievances, to make your case. It started off kind of calm, and people like myself, I was one of the early ones that got up, and I said, look, I apologize on behalf of anyone who was attacked by the conservative grassroots, because that's not my intent, as I opposed this pro tem play. It's not what Jim Jordan intended. And so, but we don't control those folks, right? We can simply say, look, call out, reach them, but talk to them respectfully. Then secondly, I was like, what I just said, I did not go up there. I did not come up here to elect a temporary speaker. I came up here to do a job, and in this moment, we need to elect a full-time speaker. And there's a whole second constitutional argument, like Chip Roy got up and argued why this is actually unconstitutional. We're literally in uncharted waters right now, because it's never happened before, where someone's tried to make a temporary speaker more of a permanent speaker. So every time the speaker pro tem, that power has been passed on to a quote-unquote temporary speaker, you've had someone who was duly elected, but for whatever reason, they were unable to fulfill that job. So they, in essence, were passing the torch, right? Well, right now, we don't have a duly elected speaker. So there's no torch to pass other than this placeholder who has one responsibility to elect a speaker. And so I said, anything that distracts us from that is a betrayal of the trust of the American people. We should be electing a speaker, and we should not leave this place. We should not go home until we do that, because we have work to do.
Times like these, you're happy you ran for the 5th congressional district, huh, Andy? I have to joke to keep from crying, but I mean, did you realize how swampy it was when you were running?
Well, people will say, well, what do you think about D.C.? And the honest answer is it's as bad as you think it would be, but worse. And so here we are. We have one job to do right now. And it doesn't mean it's going to be easy. Getting to 217 votes is not going to be pretty. It's going to be messy. We may have to go through 3, 4, 5, 10 candidates to get the right person. I'm personally supporting Jim Jordan, but that's what we need to do. We have to go through that process, right? And they all want to stand around and hug and go to dinners. And it's like, guys, like this is supposed to be. John Quincy Adams loved the House of Representatives. It's where you argued. It's where you debated. He called it the raucous chamber. And guess what? This week and next week might be a little raucous, but at the end of the week, we should come out of this with a speaker so that we can move forward. And so it's an honor to serve. I am frustrated with the process, but it is the process that our founding fathers set forth. But what I will say, what you're seeing right now, is there's a failure of leadership amongst the Republicans, of those folks who are in leadership. They could keep us here this weekend. We could stay until 2 a.m. They could make us cast votes and put people on record. And look, you might get, if I'm voting for Jim Jordan.
I don't mean to interrupt you on that point, but who is at this stage they? I mean, I'm trying to figure out, is it McHenry? Who is they that's making decisions about scheduling?
So it's kind of a complicated formula. So part of it is the will of the speaker designate. So that would be Jim Jordan. He's the person that won in conference. You also have the past speaker has input into the conversation. You have the majority leader who has input into the conversation. He actually schedules the floor. The majority leader does, so Steve Scalise. And but there's kind of unfortunately, it's leadership by committee right now. And there are moments in time where you need an executive, you need a leader in the room to say, here's our mission, here's our game plan, let's go execute, right? And right now we don't have that.
It is fascinating to me, Andy, that we have this type of these crises going on around the globe. And I'm not suggesting that America needs to be directly involved in some of them or any of them, but we have that going on around the globe. We have crises right here in Tennessee and around the United States of America with regard to the southern border. You know all of the issues. And you don't have a leadership that recognizes the singular importance, and I know you just said it, to elect a speaker. It's the basic job of the House of Representatives day one, and the Republicans can't seem to get it done. And if they can't get it done, then keep trying. If it's not going to be Jim Jordan, who? Let me ask you this specifically. What objections, because he lost in that 2 from vote 1 to vote 2, what objections are there to Jim Jordan as Speaker of the House based on the 20 or 22 that have not voted in his favor?
Well, so if you go back to the January fight, the 20 of us that held out on the Speaker's fight, it was nothing personal against Kevin McCarthy. Obviously I'm more conservative than Kevin, but I don't dislike him. I like him. He's always been nice to me. But we were fighting for a rules package. We had a clear, concise message. We had a number of things that we were fighting for. And once we achieved that goal, then we, to your point, said, okay, you have addressed our objections. We are now willing to move forward with the Speaker's race. Now, you fast forward to today, and you look at the vote yesterday. So like Scalise got, don't hold me to these numbers, but he got 7. McCarthy got 5. Lee Zeldin got 3. Heaven's sake, John Boehner got 1. So what that tells you is because they're scattershot all over the board, they don't necessarily have a concise reason why they're anti-Jim other than the fact they just don't want Jim. There's nothing that he's going to do, or they haven't articulated, well, if you can address, this 1% cut that you proposed on defense, this is why we think you're wrong. What say you? They're not asking those questions. It's more personal attacks in conference. It's more whining and temper tantrums, quite frankly, in conference. And so it's hard for Jim to articulate, okay, if you'll just give me a list of grievances so I can address them one by one, then maybe we can move forward. But again, it's a conflict of personality. It's a power struggle, quite frankly. I mean, think about it. If you'd asked anybody 6 months ago, 2 years ago, 5 years ago, that a member of the Freedom Caucus would actually potentially become Speaker of the House, they would have chuckled. And now you have Jim Jordan, who not only is a Freedom Caucus member, he's one of the founders, and he was our first chairman. He's literally the lead candidate for Speaker of the House. And I'll be honest with you, the D.C. cartel, the K Street lobbyists, they don't want a Freedom Caucus member with the gavel because we want to cut spending. And so what I said I was on Bannon yesterday, and I said, look, this is a battle between K Street, the lobbyists, and Main Street, which is America, because Jim Jordan is the second most popular Republican in the country. You can like him, you can dislike him, but the fact remains he is literally the second most popular Republican in the United States of America. It is clear who we need to unite us right now, and that is Jim Jordan. But right now, the K Street lobbyists are fighting back.
Andy Ogle's our guest, congressional representative from the 5th District here in the state of Tennessee, talking about the latest activity in D.C. Yesterday, Andy, I found myself, and this is a case of never underestimate the swampiness of the deep state, right? Because yesterday I was cautioning the listeners, hey, Jordan's going to be the speaker. It will happen over the next several days. But I was cautioning them that he was only going to be able to do so much so soon. And I warned them that he might not be able to get all the appropriations done. Well, it's like the swamp said, hold my beer, Murphy, because instead of, while I'm cautioning these folks, the swamp is destroying even Jim Jordan as speaker. And I'm just fascinated that more Republicans aren't demanding, like yourself, that you stay in Washington, D.C. I mean, how many do you think are calling for leadership to keep you in D.C., to keep the votes going? And why is it, do you think, and I know I'm asking a lot of questions, but why is it, do you think, that Jim Jordan is pulling back on this idea of continuing the vote? I mean, at very least, McCarthy is not the conservative that Jim Jordan was, but McCarthy let him keep voting. And you guys had specific demands, and I noticed that yesterday. I noted it, that there were specific things that you guys wanted back in January that you eventually got. And those were the things that were creating the holdouts. As you eloquently stated a moment ago, apparently these folks just don't want Jordan. Well, then who do they want?
That's right. Well, and so the chorus of folks who are saying that we need to stay in D.C. Is growing, but I literally, at least from a public standpoint, was the first person who called for it. I sent out the Dear Colleague letter. It actually got national news because of it, because it was like, what? A member of Congress wants to stay here and do their job? It's like, yeah, a novel idea. Like, we have a mission. We have a task that really literally has a deadline on it. Keep in mind, we're currently operating under a continuing resolution. The drop dead date on that is November 17th. We're going to have a speaker by then so that we can pass some sort of budget to go forward. And so, time is not our friend. And so every day that we go home, every day that we are not voting is a day wasted. And this is going to floor you. In conference, there was a large number of folks whose the solution to getting a speaker is we should just take a few days off. I about flipped my lid. And it's like, God, we're 15 days into this, and we've only voted twice. We should probably keep voting because that's what the American people want.
What do you expect happens today into tomorrow? Because, I mean, I anticipate everybody's going home, right?
Lord have mercy. I hope not. So I'm literally standing outside of, we're having a Freedom Caucus meeting to kind of regroup and assess what are the next steps. My hope would be that, my calls and a few other of my colleagues' calls to say, hey, look, I know it's inconvenient. Look, my family was on fall break last week. They went to Florida, and they went to Florida without me because I was up here voting. This weekend, I have commitments that I've made. There's some commitments that I've made to my family, but you know what? I'm willing to cancel those things so I can stay up here and elect a Speaker of the House because that's our obligation. We have a constitutional duty to uphold and elect a Speaker of the House. And so this idea that we would go home is ridiculous. I will continue to advocate for it. I'll continue to fight for Jim Jordan as long as he's in the race. My fear is he's going to drop out, but then it'll be back to the drawing board.
Andy, thank you for eloquently expressing the frustration that I feel, that I've tried to express to the listening audience. I know that the 5th Congressional District appreciates it as well. I hope you can drain some of that swamp and get a vote sooner rather than later. I'm not hopeful, but we'll talk again very soon. Thanks for giving us an update on the goings-on of D.C.
Absolutely. And if I have anything substantive that breaks in the next 30 minutes or an hour, I'll shoot you a text.
Please.
And you can share it with your listeners.
Thank you, Andy. There's Andy Ogles, congressman from the 5th Congressional District, and he's on top of the situation in D.C. I am as frustrated as I've been in a long, long time with the inactivity on the part of Republicans/conservatives, and those are two different things, and the conservatives are in the distinct minority. We'll get to your calls momentarily. A lot of you have been holding Robert and David and Larry, not necessarily in that order, or maybe in that order. A couple of lines available, 615-737-9986. It's The Murphy Show on Super Talk. All fired up, nowhere to go. Super Talk 99.7 WTN, Matt Murphy and you on this Thursday edition. Thank you for being around. We will update you coming up in a few on the situation out of Israel, give you the latest there. Obviously, there's a lot of misinformation and a misinterpretation of what's going on. We'll try to lay it down for you where the goats can graze on it. Your calls in the meantime, 615-737-9986. So no vote today for Speaker of the House. Republicans, couldn't find a solution to this with both hands and a flashlight. And I'm frustrated. I'm glad to see that Ogles was frustrated. But that does not mean that. Well, I'll put it this way. I appreciate the fact that he was fired up when he came on today. If he tried to calm me down, I was going to go off. But he didn't. And he said he was pissed off. And good for him. He should be. I am. 8335 says, is it just me or has Andy Ogles become less and less obnoxious? Well, I don't know about any of that. I think Andy's done a good job. And I had as much concern about Andy Ogles while he was running for Congress as anyone, as is well documented. Now, it confused me why Andy Ogles did not vote to remove Kevin McCarthy. That was a little odd and off-brand. However, now that that has happened, he is rightly so supporting Jim Jordan. But sadly, they are acquiescing to the will of the minority. And you know what? One could say that that's what happened with Kevin McCarthy, but Kevin McCarthy agreed to those rules, folks. Well, the rules state, and by rules I mean the Constitution states that you got to have a speaker. You got to get a speaker elected. And I don't see anything in the Constitution about just having a temporary speaker until such time as cooler heads prevail. It is fascinating to me that on a Thursday morning with no speaker, with the clock ticking on spending, with already a 45-day respite being passed, which is what ultimately got Speaker McCarthy booted to begin with, that you have Republicans in D.C. going, oh, well, we'll just, let's take a 3-day break. Let's come back on Monday and see what happens on Monday. Monday.
Let's get some sleep and look at it with fresh eyes later.
I know. We've worked for like 2 hours today. We've worked, guys, we've been at this 2 days already this week. We were here all day on Tuesday, and we were here all day on Wednesday, and now it's Thursday morning, and I got to say I'm tuckered. I'm tuckered out, guys. I can't even think straight, guys. I'm gonna need a break. You got to laugh to keep from crying. Robert is in the borough. Hey, Robert. Thank you for holding. How are you, friend?
Oh, I'm doing about the same as you. It sounds like.
It's just.
I came to the conclusion that it doesn't really matter who's in charge. The same stuff happens during George W.'s first term. That's the reason why I didn't vote for him for re-election, and had to never vote for a Republican again until Donald Trump. But what I realized back then, and it's still the same now, it isn't the people that vote Republican that have anything to do with what the true Republican leadership wants. What you want and what I want are conservative things. And the leadership of the Republican Party, which is not even an elected official, those people, they want the same things that the liberals want. But they want the Christian vote, and the Christians are just stupid enough to never. Christians are as dumb as the blacks when it comes to the people wanting their votes. The Democrats want the black people's vote and do nothing for the black people. The Republicans want the Christians' vote and do nothing for the Christians.
Lot of lip service.
Like
a lot of lip service.
Years.
Yeah, that goes on in Washington. Because they want it
Well,
as a
it's all
block.
lip
I mean,
service.
you're right, and I want people to understand what Robert's talking about are voting blocks, and the Democrats have perfected this idea of identity politics, where if you identify as a certain class or group, that you are expected to vote a certain way. Republicans are trying to do this with the Christian vote as well.
Oh, they have done it. I mean, you can't. If you're a Christian and you don't vote for a Republican, well, how dare you? I mean, and that's just the way it is, and the way it's what the people at the top that are really running things want. They want everybody else to be fighting amongst themselves, and then they can do what they want. If we was a Christian country, we wouldn't have half the stuff that we have. If the Christians actually got together with the blacks, then they could vote in whoever they wanted, and they know that. And that at that point, you're threatening their power. And really, when it comes right down to it, we think about money as in terms of money that we would make and use. They don't. They have so much money that money is meaningless to them. Money to them is nothing. The only thing that matters to them is power and being in charge.
Robert, I appreciate the sentiment. I've got powerful people telling me that I've got to go to a break, and I appreciate that as well. Robert, God bless you. The sentiment is correct. The block vote sentiment is correct. I think it loses a little punch if you use the phrase "the blacks." I don't think that's a preferred phrase, but I understand what you're saying. That the Democrats have come to expect the African American vote as a block vote. They expect that they will get 90% of that vote. It is baked into what they do. They take the black vote for granted in that way. And I think Republicans are beginning to do the same for the Christians in the United States of America. So I agree with the sentiment. It's 132 on Super Talk. Let's talk for a moment about your health. Even if you don't feel it, are you concerned about something going on in your body, or are you like me and you're a little bit of a hypochondriac and you want to make sure that nothing's going wrong? Now, for me, when I went to Kraft Body Scan, one of the things that I loved is the idea that I could find out if my lungs had fully healed themselves after years of smoking. I smoked for 17 years. I've been quit for 18 years, but I still wanted to know, if there was something going on in there that you could see. Well, I went through a full body scan, and I am happy to say that my lungs look great, my heart looks great, and I am also happy to tell you that as October is National Healthy Lung Month, they want to see you for a heart and lung scan at Kraft Body Scan. $149 will get you and a significant other in your life a body scan for a couple. It could be your spouse. It could, you know what? I'll go ahead and say it. If you want to get your best bud over there, they'll do that as well. Kraft Body Scan, spell it with a C, craftbodyscan.com. Empower yourself with this technology. It is non-invasive. It takes about 5 or 6 minutes after your health consultation. You'll be happy you did this. 615-436-1000. 615-436-1000 for Kraft Body Scan. Super Talk 99.7 WTN, Matt Murphy, and you. And look who is on the Matt Murphy Show hotline. It is Senator Bill Hagerty to talk about all things, well, foreign policy, all things Washington, D.C. We so appreciate these visits with the Senator. Bill, good afternoon. I hope you're well.
I'm doing well, Matt. It's always great to hear your voice. Challenging times, as you well know right now.
I am as frustrated as I've been in a long time with Washington, D.C. It has such little to do with your body of Congress in the Senate. It has a lot to do with the House of Representatives. I know that, it is not yours to necessarily comment on, but I wanted to give you an opportunity to offer us some words of solace. It does not seem like we're going to have leadership in the House in any near term. What can you say about it? What are your thoughts on it?
Well, I think we need to get this sorted out much sooner than later. I want to be respectful of the other body, but to the extent that they don't have order in the House, it just feeds right into Chuck Schumer's strategy to create chaos over in the Senate. And what this will do is it just continues to burn off the amount of time that we have to move through our appropriations bill. We're going to have, another emergency situation with respect to our budget and shutting the government down. We're operating under a continuing resolution right now. I think we have 29 days before the government shuts down, and Schumer just released the Senate for another several days. He took a 10-day hiatus to go over and kiss Xi Jinping's ring, and now he's doing this, and he basically says, well, nothing's coming out of the House anyway. So it certainly is playing to Chuck Schumer's advantage while this is going on. So I encourage my friends in the House to get to get their decisions made and to move as expeditiously as they can to get back into some sense of normalcy here.
Let's and I agree with you wholeheartedly, and hopefully that is done sooner rather than later, because if it's not, it ultimately leads us to the question of whether or not we have to deal with yet another omnibus spending package from the halls of Congress. Are you fearful that that's what we're going to deal with as opposed to these 12 separate appropriations bills being considered singularly?
Matt, you know how this works. With 12 separate bills, that gives each of our colleagues the opportunity to amend it, to improve it, to fully vet it by going through the process. The omnibus package is something that Chuck Schumer cooks up, in a basement somewhere. This is the ultimate smoke-filled room. You wind up not knowing what's in it until, 18 hours before you have to vote, 20 hours before you have to vote, some very short timeline. Have you seen this movie before, Matt? They'll drop a 4,000-page bill on us. You got to vote up or down whether to keep the government open or choke it down. You don't even know what you're voting for. It's malpractice, but it's the way that it's the way that things seem to work up here, because it concentrates all the power in Chuck Schumer's hands.
So let's shift our attention to foreign policy matters. I know that you've been very forceful in your conversations with a variety of different national hosts regarding Iran and how you believe they are pulling the strings when it comes to Hamas. And I'm fearful that when we begin opening up money, even in the spirit of humanitarian aid to Gaza, that's ultimately money that will go back to foreign entities that want to do harm to our allies and harm to the United States of America. We saw that with the $6 billion that Joe Biden now claims hasn't been touched. Who knows if that's the case? It's in Qatar. Tell me about your fears regarding, quote-unquote, humanitarian aid going to countries that might allow it to go to entities that want to do us harm.
Well, Matt, I'll touch on the humanitarian aid piece very quickly. Then I want to come back to the funding of all of this. The humanitarian aid piece, I think, is Joe Biden's effort to appease the radical left in his party. I mean, these are the same people that are protesting in these major cities, on college campuses, protesting on behalf of Hamas. They're pro-terrorist protesters that are driving the left wing of his party. The hypocrisy here is unbelievable. And so he's throwing a bone to them, trying to get them off of his back so he can also be supportive of Israel. He's trying to play it both ways. I saw a headline saying Joe Biden is walking a thin line. There shouldn't be any question about this. Joe Biden should be 120% behind Israel. And nobody should be unclear about the fact that Hamas is a terrorist organization who, in their very charter, wants to destroy Jewish people and wipe the country of Israel off the face of the earth. Back to the larger funding question. There's been a lot of focus on the $6 billion. This is the ransom payment that Joe Biden agreed to get 5 American hostages.
They'd already agreed to trade 5 Iranian prisoners for 5 Americans. They added on top of it $6 billion to boot. That's $1.2 billion per American. That put a price on every one of our heads, Matt. That is inherently dangerous. Plus, he's giving those funds to the world's greatest sponsor of terror, that's Iran. But that's only the tip of the iceberg. That's just $6 billion. If you look back to what happened when Joe Biden came into office, and you know I worked in the Trump administration, worked very hard to cut Iran's funding down to a trickle. We practically cut Iran off. My job was to get the Japanese government to stop buying Iranian crude. We did that all over the world. We brought Iran's fund flow to almost a halt. It was widely publicized then that Hamas and Hezbollah were going broke. Joe Biden comes into office in 2021. They stop enforcing the sanctions. They allow Iran to sell its oil on the world markets. And guess what happens? It's like a hockey stick in terms of their revenues going up. We had the 11-day war coming out of Gaza into Israel. You remember that? That was 2021 under Joe Biden. And now we have this. Joe Biden is allowing and facilitating the flow of funds to Iran. Our estimates are as high as $80 billion of illicit oil sales that Iran has been able to benefit from. We know about the $10 billion that he allowed Iraq to pay Iran earlier this year. They have been doing everything they can to get money to Iran, and they act like they're surprised when Iran turns around and funds more terror with it. It's unbelievable.
Talk to me about what this has to do with your questions regarding Jacob Lew and his nomination as ambassador for Israel. You know a little bit about these nominations as you were ambassador to Japan under Donald Trump's administration. This seems like a key nomination at a time of great unrest in the Middle East. Tell us a little more about Jacob Lew.
Well, he had a very critical role in the original fatally flawed Iran deal, the JCPOA, as it was called under President Obama. And he was part of the disinformation campaign, going around and telling the American public that it would allow immediate, intrusive evaluations of Iran's nuclear program. That was absolutely untrue. He said that it would not allow Iran to get the path to a nuclear weapon. We know that was untrue. The Israelis proved that with a very daring raid. Iran never gave up on their program. And he had, there's a detailed congressional report where they found out that he actually lied to Congress about the Iran deal. Now think about it. Iran is the sworn enemy of Israel. They want to see Israel wiped off the face of the planet. Lew is a sympathizer for Iran. He's somebody that's helped enrich Iran. I actually showed the charts showing the enrichment, the fact that maximum pressure under Trump worked. We squeezed out their fund flow. We stopped everything going to Iran. And then the fact that it had dramatically taken off under Biden, I asked him to defend that policy because as the chief of that mission, as the head of that mission to Israel, his responsibility is the safety and the lives of Americans. Well, we had 30 Americans killed by Iran and Hamas. We've got now a dozen of them that are held hostage. Is he going to continue supporting the funds flow from Iran to Hamas? Is he going to continue to support the Biden administration policies that are going light on Iran, that are allowing these sanctions to be evaded, or is he going to stand up for the safety of the Americans that he's responsible for? Well, I can tell you it was clear to me he's not going to stand up to the Biden administration. He's going to continue to allow them to pursue this flawed policy regarding Iran. He's going to make Americans less safe, and he's going to make Israelis less safe as a result.
Well, and I think, and Senator Bill Hagerty, our guest right now, I think you've made mention of this directly, Senator, that even beyond the Iran to Hamas connection by unfreezing this money, this administration has given money more directly to Hamas in the spirit of quote unquote Palestinian relief. Is that not the case? I think you mentioned the $30 million that went to these relief groups. Any money that goes into Gaza is going to find its way to Hamas, is it not?
That's true because Hamas is the elected leadership of the Gazan people. They control the flow. I put forward legislation, of course, the Democrats have blocked it twice already, to repurpose the funds that we were sending to Gaza, the quote humanitarian aid, into replenishing Iron Dome after the 11-day war. The Democrats don't want to address this. They want to just believe this fantasy that they're able to somehow scratch this humanitarian itch. When you look at what Hamas will do, they keep their own citizens as human shields. You saw the picture of the leaders of Hamas in five-star hotels in Qatar, while the Israeli government, the Israeli Defense Force, is asking civilians to leave Gaza. They're sitting back in their five-star hotels telling them not to leave. They want to use them as human shields. They want the gore and the carnage to use in their disinformation campaign that they'll then use to put pressure on Israel.
Well,
It's
and
sad.
and,
It's
and
sadistic.
I'm just a simple guy with a microphone sitting in Nashville, Tennessee, Senator. So I'm trying to understand how we distinguish between people who are pro-Palestinian and people who are pro-Hamas when, as you note, since 2006, Hamas has been the elected government. They beat out the Palestinian Authority to become the elected, quote-unquote, government of Gaza. And instead of spending money on their own people, obviously they're spending money waging war against their sworn enemy, the state of Israel, and the Jewish people. So how do we distinguish between, I mean, one would think if it made any sense, the Palestinians, if, like we are being told, they don't like Hamas any more than we do, then why are they not looking at the IDF as liberators?
I would hope that would be the case. I think everybody knows this is true. The American people are not against the Palestinian people. I don't think the Israeli people are. What it is a terrorist group that's taking control, and Hamas. This is a similar situation with the Chinese Communist Party and the way they rule the Chinese people. We're not against the Chinese people, but we certainly are deeply concerned about our adversaries in the Chinese Communist Party. I think the real problem here, though, is that when Hamas's numbers start going down, which they have been, they launch an attack, they become more popular. I don't understand this. I don't understand the psychology that supports this. But they become even more popular amongst the populace. And what they're doing is they're endangering Palestinian people. They're demonstrating the fact that they do not care about the safety and well-being of the civilians that they're charged with leading. And to see them sitting in their five-star hotels in another country, sending out orders like this while their kids are driving around, as I understand it, in Maseratis in Doha, and their people are being used as a human shield in Gaza City. It's just unconscionable. I can't explain the politics of it.
Senator, finally, last question from me. I look at it as there are three different ways when we say that we support Israel, that we as a nation can support Israel. One would be militarily, and that would be literally sending troops, boots on the ground, that sort of thing. Number two, monetarily and materially. And number three, using our executive branch of government and our commander-in-chief as a way to indicate to the rest of the nations in the Middle East to stay out of the conflict and allow Israel to respond to the war initiated by Hamas and to rid the world of that terrorist organization. Sadly, I don't know if we have a commander-in-chief that has the ability to do that, especially considering what happened over the last 24 hours with regard to him in the Middle East. Can you speak to where you are on those three options? And were you, for example, commander-in-chief, what message you would be sending to other nations in the Middle East?
Well, Matt, as always, you're extremely articulate about matters like this, and you are exactly right. And were I in that position, what I would do is I would make certain that I'm aligning my military deterrence with my diplomatic and my economic messages as well. That's not happening. This administration is sending mixed messages. They sent an aircraft carrier strike group to the Eastern Mediterranean. The aim of that was to dissuade Hamas's other allies like Hezbollah or any other nation that might want to get involved not to get involved.
Right.
That wasn't enough. Now they've sent a second aircraft carrier strike group into the region. The problem is that this White House sends mixed messages. The first message that came from the Biden State Department was that Israel should not retaliate. That came from the Office of Palestinian Affairs, which in my view shouldn't exist in the State Department. Be that as it may, that was the first official communique from this administration. The second communique was a tweet by our Secretary of State saying that he was working with Turkish leadership to try to get a ceasefire in place. This is before Israel could even count its dead. They're calling for a ceasefire. It took 48 hours. Finally, Joe Biden comes forward and actually acknowledges Israel's right to defend itself. When Biden flies over, instead of calling out the root cause of this, which is Iran, he doesn't mention Iran at all. He goes over there for, I guess, a photo opportunity without even getting at the root cause and without doing anything to stop the flow of funds to Iran, who is behind all of this. So we've got to get our messaging aligned. He should be talking about who did this. We should be snapping back every sanction we possibly could. Instead, what happened yesterday, Matt, you will not believe this. Yesterday was the final day that we had to extend the sanctions on Iran that Biden has been overlooking. These were the sanctions that were at the United Nations Security Council that could have been extended until yesterday. They let that opportunity expire. They put out some very puny primary sanctions that have really little effect against Hamas, and they let the big sanctions that we could have snapped back and really used to stop the flow of weapons and drones from Iran, they let those expire. It's just a mixed message every time you deal with this administration. That's why we're having such tremendous disruption around the globe under Biden.
Thank you for being a sensible and stable voice from Tennessee in Washington, D.C., Senator, and I appreciate your regular availability to speak to your constituents back home. Thank you.
As always, man. Thank you.
Take care. There's Senator Bill Haggerty joining us for a really good conversation. 151 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. You know, for a lot of us, open enrollment is here, and if open enrollment is here for you in terms of your health coverage, I've got an idea for you. I've got a suggestion. I think you need to call my man Pat Davis. He is your health plan man. yourhealthplanman.com. When planning health insurance for you, and I know this because I was just going over certain coverage here at Cumulus, and it's confusing. And you need to consult someone that understands it and that doesn't have a particular interest or angle in mind before they begin explaining it to you. In other words, with yourhealthplanman.com, Pat and his team, they have a lot of different companies to choose from. They have a lot of different programs and plans to choose from. So you feel like you're going to get the honest truth when it comes to saving you money and getting you the best health care coverage possible. He is your healthcare concierge, if you will. Pat Davis and his team at Your Health Plan Man has been helping people get the right coverage at the best rates for years, and now it's time to help you. Talk to Pat and his team. There's zero obligation for you. They will lay out a strategy in terms that you understand so that you're sure you're protected. There's no obligation. They have your best interest in mind, and if you already have the best insurance, they'll tell you that too. So give them a call or go, better yet, to yourhealthplanman.com for more information. That's yourhealthplanman.com or 855-4, that's the number 4, Plan Man. 855-4-Plan Man. Super Talk. I'm sorry I'm laughing. Super Talk 99.7 WT, and I'll tell you why in a second after I offer some pleasantries. Hello and welcome. Hour number 3 starts right now, episode 438 of our proceedings here today. Brian Wilson in the drive. Before you know it, it's a part of information-fueled and opinion-driven news talk radio for the masses, beginning with Nashville's morning. Well, Red Eye Radio, then Nashville's morning news. Before you know it, Chris Hand and the Chris Hand Show, Matt Murphy, and the drive with Brian Wilson. That's the big lineup. Mark Levin, too, and Ben Shapiro. Might as well do the whole 24 hours. So I was laughing because Mac Morey, who does double duty as our afternoon newsman and producer of the Chris Hand Show, was telling me right as I was slipping into the host chair that he would not be here for the 2 o'clock news because he had a pre-existing appointment, a company-based appointment that he had to deal with. So Mac Morey managed to tell the guy that didn't I don't know why.
Need to know.
I don't know why this makes me giggle. So Bell says to me, I run to the little host's room during the break, and I come back, and for some reason I'm singing the Hanukkah song to Bell, but I come back and he says, "Where's Mac? Mac's not back there. Mac's not." And I said, "No, he's not going to be there. He told me he wasn't going to be there. He said that he wouldn't be there for the 2 o'clock news." And he said, "Well, he didn't tell me." Well, now you know, Bell.
Yeah.
There you go. So he told me, but he apparently did not tell you.
I just figured the producer would look back behind the glass that's 6 inches behind him and see no one standing there. But.
No, the news guy is so consistent that I don't even feel the need to look back there.
Before you guys go any further, can I just say I'm going to enjoy this. I'm going to sit back and allow executive producer and master newsman, I'm going to allow you guys to work these things out for yourself.
I just want you to know that I really hope that Taylor dumps him. She's just like, punt. Don't you want to see 10 yards? I'll show you 10 yards.
No, you're right. I should have told you. Sorry.
I think were you not involved in a conversation during the morning show about the Kansas City Chiefs where they didn't know that the Chiefs played on Thursday? I think I heard that.
Yes, that happened.
I think I heard that. But you just went along with it. You just didn't bother.
Yeah, I was like, yeah.
Yeah, because they said something about, Mac's worried about this weekend and the Chiefs game, and it was on Friday, and I knew that they had played like the night before. And you just played along. It was like, yeah, sure.
Yeah,
sure, guys,
very
whatever.
anxious.
While
I am completely football ignorant, but I know more about football than the morning show does.
Yes, you do.
Besides Ken Weaver, yeah.
Oh, yeah, no.
Well,
Ken,
yeah, but plus,
Ken's on top of it.
But Ken's more college, too.
Yeah, it's true. He's very college.
Really, let's go ahead and exclude Johnny B because Johnny B is an Alabama football fan, and I think Johnny B knows what's going on. It's really Dan Mandis that knows
That's
nothing
true.
about it.
Really, we're getting down to the culprit.
Let's just get down to where the goats can graze on it. Dan Mandis doesn't know anything about football, and I think he would tell you that were he sitting here today. All right, 206. Remind me to ask you tomorrow during the Friday Mac Attack where we're going to enjoy peanut butter and butter sandwiches, and maybe we're going to try peanut butter and mayo sandwiches. For those not listening earlier in the week, somehow I remember what it was. Representative Tim Burchett was posting pictures of his peanut butter and jelly and joking about the lobbyist paying for his lunch. And I said that I've never been a fan of peanut butter and jelly, but I have been a fan of peanut butter and butter sandwiches, which is what my grandma made me when I was a kid.
And more than one person, I would say, I'm guessing now that maybe 5 or 6 people on the text line started texting in that they were eating peanut butter and mayo. And all of you that said that belong in hell.
I don't know that.
Wow.
I don't know that they need to go down to where the Republicans need to be. But yeah, I hear you talking. Well, I'm going to have E is picking up some white bread. We've already got peanut butter. I'm going to go with creamy peanut butter, considering the butter on the other side. We're going to make a few of those sandwiches for everyone tomorrow, and we will make at least one peanut butter and mayo sandwich so that. I know Mac Morey and I have both agreed to try the peanut butter and mayo sandwich.
Yeah, I'll try it.
And see what it, I'll try most anything once. I mean, heck, why not? Why not?
I'll pull a Hawkeye Pierce and sniff it first, and if it smells semi-okay, then I might eat it.
You just go ahead and sniff on it. now people are saying that we should try Miracle Whip. No. Miracle Whip is a no. No.
That sounds good.
No. What, peanut butter
Did
and
I
Miracle
just
Whip?
not tell you people what's going to happen to you with this type of food experimentation? Straight to hell.
Don't use peanut butter and mayonnaise. Use Miracle Whip. It's much better. Now we got peanut butter and banana sandwiches coming around. And use Hellman's. Now we're getting brand of everybody's got their own idea. I'll tell you what. By the way, the peanut butter and mayo sandwich that you're getting is going to be Hellman's mayonnaise because I'm a Hellman's household.
Let's do peanut butter and gravy while we're at it.
Let's do peanut butter and peanut butter.
Wouldn't that just be peanut butter?
Peanut butter and milk.
Now you're just getting ridiculous.
Why don't we just have a soup sandwich? That would be FUBAR, just like the Congress of the United States of America. It is as FUBAR as a soup sandwich.
The soup sandwich makes more sense.
Well, probably so. So we're discussing that today. I am over it. I expressed that in the noontime hour. I'm absolutely over these so-called conservatives in Washington, D.C. They wouldn't know leadership if they looked for it with a pickaxe and a compass. They couldn't find it with both hands on it. It's just infuriating the lack of discipline the Republicans seem to have. In the meantime, the suggestion is being made that they will walk for the weekend. What say you? 615-737-9986. In the meantime, believe it or not, John Fetterman, who Bell and I were having this discussion, which is why, for some reason, the Hanukkah song popped up in my head. So John Fetterman's actually making sense. Now, I'm under no illusions. I do not believe that John Fetterman is actually the one that is putting out these tweets. But John Fetterman's staff put out tweets regarding his position on the state of Israel. And you know what? I don't know if it says more about me and how I view people or what, but I never considered that John Fetterman was Jewish. I guess maybe I could have considered that. And I don't know if that impacts where he is regarding his position on all of this. So while you have Rashida Tlaib mobilizing and inciting an insurrection in the halls of Congress yesterday, which she did, I mean, an insurrection by any other name, right? I mean, if January 6th is going to be called an insurrection, then what she was talking about ought to be called an insurrection. In the meantime, John Fetterman, of all people, Senator John Fetterman, socialist John Fetterman, is out there defending the innocent Israelis who were the victims of a terrorist attack that resulted in the largest loss of Jewish life since the Holocaust. And he goes on to say, now we know that the tragedy at the Gaza hospital was not caused by Israel. I grieve for every innocent person and brave Israeli soldier since Hamas started this war. If not for the horrific attacks by Hamas terrorists, thousands of innocent Israelis and Palestinians would still be alive today. Now is not the time, says Senator Fetterman, to talk about a ceasefire. We must support Israel in efforts to eliminate the Hamas terrorists who slaughtered innocent men, women, and children. Hamas does not want peace. They want to destroy Israel. We can talk about a ceasefire after Hamas is neutralized. In the meantime, I look forward to working with my colleagues in the Senate to quickly deliver the aid our ally Israel needs. This includes confirming Ambassador nominee Jack Lew as soon as possible. I don't agree with the Jack Lew portion of that, but everything else seems as sensible as can be. To which Bell said, isn't John Fetterman Jewish? I don't know if he's Jewish or not. I don't know that it should matter, but I suppose that it does, particularly amongst leftists. It's fascinating to watch leftists eat their own because they don't walk in lockstep on this issue in some cases, particularly amongst the Jewish population. Sarah Silverman is an example. Now, Sarah Silverman is a blue comedian in Hollywood. If you don't know her, what was her special? I mean, what was it? Jesus is Magic, I think was her special. I don't necessarily recommend her. I don't think she's funny. And she's certainly off color. Well, she has stood up for the people of Israel and she deserves a little kudos for that, but she's getting destroyed on social media as a result for having the unmitigated gall to call out Ilhan Omar, Rashida Tlaib, and AOC, 3 members of the squad who are outspokenly, certainly Palestinian, I would suggest even pro-Hamas in some of their commentary. 213 Super Talk 99.7 WTN. David is in Hendersonville. David, thank you for your patience. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon there, Matt. I guess it's good that some of us has a little sense of humor about it. I don't find any of it funny. Of course, I never have. Republicans are just as much responsible for what's going on in this country as the Democrats, because they won't stand up and do their job, do what they've been elected to do. They talk a big game until they get in office, and when they get in office, they turn around and they do nothing. Oh, I'm sick of it. I'm absolutely sick of it. Our debt is outrageous, and they keep adding to it, not just the Democrats. Even though the Democrats are the one putting it forward, they give it to them, so they might as well be putting it forward too.
David, you're 100% correct. What will come of this so-called compromise in the halls of the House of Representatives will be an omnibus spending package. So we're going to spend over the next calendar year or the next fiscal year, we will spend $2 trillion that we don't have. We'll make up the money to spend it. You will see endless amounts of money going to the Israeli conflict, and some of that money will go to the quote-unquote Palestinians, which will eventually find its way to the terrorists. We will fund the terrorists through the Biden administration, sadly.
We will kill more people through the Biden administration, sadly. And the Republicans are just as much responsible. Just as much responsible. They continue to give out money that we don't have. We don't need to be. I can see give aid to Israel. They're a long-time partner. They've always been there. They don't need our boots on the ground. They really don't need our money. I don't believe I've heard them ask one time for a penny.
Well, they have said, I think Israeli officials have said that they're in need of additional war funding to the tune of like $10 billion or something along those lines. I don't know if that's an official request or not, David. They don't need our money. They need our support in terms of keeping the rest of the Middle East out of this response. And let's talk for a moment about proportionality. I hear that so much from the political left. Well, we've got to be. What are you talking about, proportionality? You come in here and you viciously assault our civilian population and you kill innocent women and children and babies and men. You take hostages. I don't give a rip about proportionality until the hostages are released. How about that? How about we kill as many people as we possibly can, like was your stated goal 2 Saturdays ago?
If you look at Desert Storm and you look at Afghanistan, there was no sense of proportion there. We went in and we wiped them out.
Yeah.
Now, we should have just done it and left.
Well,
but it wasn't we weren't sitting there going, well, we have to be fair.
Well, our humanity works against us in this case.
I specifically remember Colin Powell at a press conference. Somebody asked him, what's your plan to fight this army? He goes, I don't plan to fight it. I plan to cut it off and kill it.
Correct. Easier in the desert than in the cities. I would compare it more to what we encountered in Vietnam than what we encountered in Iraq, although I understand what you're saying about Iraq. In Vietnam, we were in the jungles, and we did not know who the enemies were, and we did not know who the friendlies were. And the enemy pretended to be friendlies until we turned our backs, and then they shot us in the back. Vietnam. I don't need to tell some of you lived through it. I was born in 1973, so not so much for me. Some of you fought through it, and I certainly don't need to tell you. But you know what I'm saying is true, that the friendlies were friendly until such time as the enemies walked through the friendly villages, and then the friendlies became enemies, and they comported with the enemy. The enemy pretended to be the friends until we turned our backs on them, and they shot us in our backs. Similarly, there's a lot of people that are claiming to be pro-Palestinian, but we don't like Hamas, but they are most certainly pro-Hamas. They just tell us that because they think it's what we want to hear. And Hamas hides in front of these or behind these people. They hide in their homes. They hide in their apartment complexes. They hide in their schools. They hide in their hospitals. And they dare us to bomb them. And they know that we can't. So when Israel determines that they cannot accomplish their goals by bombing because there would be too much collateral damage, and that's why I say our humanity works against us here, they say, okay, we're going to put our IDF at risk. We're going to put our Israeli citizens at risk, and we are going to fight them in the streets. Here we come. And suddenly we hear proportionality, proportionality, proportionality. Well, what do you want them to do? You don't declare a ceasefire when they still have hostages, man. They have hostages. Right now, American citizens are being held hostage. And Joe Biden was overseas for I don't know how many hours. And he didn't mention it once. Didn't mention the fact that Americans were killed. Americans are being held hostage. I wonder if he mentions it tonight. Thankfully, I'll be listening to Trisha Yearwood and the Nashville Symphony, and I will not hear that live. I'll cover it so that we can talk about it tomorrow.
You know, going back to what I was saying about the proportionality, though, these people are screaming about, basically they're screaming about being fair. If you're going to send men and women into harm's way and you're going to spend money to do that, and I don't care if you're an Israeli, you're Spanish, you're English, you're American, you don't sit back and go, well, how do we be nice about this? War is war, and you need to obliterate your enemy when it's time to fight.
The proportionality should be set by the standard created by Hamas. Hamas told their fight that in their planning stages, the goals of the individual terrorists that went into Israel to kill Israelis was to kill as many as possible as quickly as possible. That's the standard. So if you want to be proportional, fine. There's your proportionality. Israel, kill as many as possible, as quickly as possible. Just like Hamas. A plus B equals C. I'm good with that. It's 2:20. Your calls. I'm good with that too. Bo and Steve and Larry and Vicky and you. 615-737-9986. Plus, we'll hear from the Biden administration about the amount of money going over to Gaza and whether or not they fear that it will end up in the hands of Hamas. Also, what about those hostages held by Hamas? Well, Deputy National Security Advisor John Feiner has a few words, and I'll play those for you next on Super Talk. Hey guys, Matt Murphy here. Let's talk for a moment about your weight. I understand that's a personal subject, it's a personal issue, and maybe a sensitive one if you are a little overweight. Well, if you were like me and you were sick and tired of being big and tired, I met with the PhD weight loss team. I talked with Dr. Ashley Lucas and her team about what she and the team could do for me. Individually structured, but so easy to follow. Friends, I've lost 36 plus pounds now. I feel great. I'm wearing my skinny pants to the symphony tonight. Thank you to Dr. Ashley Lucas and the team at PhD Weight Loss. PhD Weight Loss understands that you have some weeks that are better than others. They understand that your weeks will be better because of PhD Weight Loss. They also understand that on your journey, support is key. That's why they have a consultation weekly with you. They talk about the highs and the lows, and they continue the journey until you're done. Meaning, if you don't get to 5 pounds of your stated goal weight by the end of the program, they will continue to coach you for free until you do. It is the PhD guarantee. Visit myphdweightloss.com and start the journey that I began some months ago. It's myphdweightloss.com. I encourage you to do this today.
The latest on an arrangement to let humanitarian aid into Gaza, and Metro Police out with an urgent message to owners of some certain cars. We'll tell you about it. 2:30 Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Mac Maury, I have a very important question for you that I need an answer to right now, even before we get to those important headlines at the bottom of the hour, and that would be this.
Yep.
You're a mayo guy, right?
Love mayo.
Okay. Bell, you a mayo guy?
Not on peanut butter.
Okay. I'm not asking about a peanut, just regular, just sandwich.
Oh, without a doubt.
Okay. Yeah. Brand of mayo?
Hellman's. That's the only mayo that exists.
Well, when you bring out the Hellman's.
Yeah.
You bring out the best. Mac Maury, what about you? Brand? Are you brand specific or you don't care?
Don't super care, but I think we have Hellman's. Yes.
Okay. Because the redheaded stranger has weighed in with me. And she said, I don't even know if I can talk to you anymore. Hellman's yuck. And I predicted correctly.
Well, we're getting yuck from a ginger?
Yeah, well, that's one, that's true. Two, we're now actually judging. We're being judgy based on brand of mayo.
What's her brand of choice?
I guessed it correctly. Duke. Yeah, Dukes. But Dukes is so sweet. It's too sweet. Miracle Whip people like Dukes. And I don't like Miracle Whip, and I don't like Dukes. So, there you go.
I like my mayonnaise in the squirt bottle.
Ginger says what? Nothing of importance.
You just right in the mouth. Just No? It's funny how mayo yes, but you cross a line, you're like, ooh, gross.
Oh, no,
nasty,
no.
Gross. Don't be disgusting.
Like the Duke's Mayo Bowl when the coach gets drenched, the winning coach.
Oh, that's
gross. Disgusting.
That's gross. You know,
he smells like mayonnaise for the next week. Embedded in his hair.
Ugh. Although I hear it's oil. It's good for you, right? I'm sure.
Yeah,
like
oil.
Like a mayo bath. Be nice. Just imagine yourself
Is
sinking
it warm?
sinking into it. No, it's cool. It's cool.
Oh, yeah,
it's like a little chili. It's you dip right into a nice tub, nice vat of mayonnaise, and then we sprinkle some chips on top, and before you know it, you're 400 pounds. I mean, I think a tablespoon of mayonnaise has 187 calories in it, like a tablespoon. I think that's right. Bo is next in Lewisburg. Hello, Bo. How are you?
Howdy ho, sir. Let me take you off a speaker.
You do what?
That better?
Yes, sir. You sound great, Bo. Great.
I appreciate it. I'm calling from my forest fortress. But anywho, I wanted to quote the Texas Constitution, the original one. It said, to prevent tyranny, the Texas legislature shall not meet more than once every 2 years.
Yeah, I think the state of Alabama was like that for many, many years as well, where they only met once every couple of years.
Well, my whole point is, relax. Don't get your panties in a wad. They can't do anything to take more money out of our pockets right now.
I'm more worried about borrowing and creating fake money, therefore adding fake money to the already incredible amounts of fake money that has been infused in our economy that's devaluing our dollar, causing inflation to go up, causing interest rates to go up as a way to combat the inflation that's way sky high, ultimately resulting in the devaluation of the dollar to the point that eventually our economy collapses.
Well, the way I look at it is if they really wanted to kick 12 spending bills out, take what they spent last year, reduce it by 35% in the case of the Justice Department and a couple other departments, cut it by 50%, kick it over the Senate and say, get y'all's butt together and get it done.
Boy, I wish you were in charge, Bo, because maybe they would get that done, but we're nowhere close to that. We can't even get a budget passed this year that's the same amount of money as last year.
Well, see, that tells you there's a whole lot of problems in Washington, and really the only thing I can think of is just think how many, if they could keep this up for 2 months, how many heads would explode in the liberal ranks?
Wait, if they keep what up for 2 months?
Not doing anything.
Liberals are loving what's happening right now, though, Bo.
I understand that, but pretty soon they're going to have to shut down the government, and they're still not going to get anything done. And again, the whole point is who's driving the cart, and it all depends on how you want to promote that. If you're going to let the media talk about it, you're in trouble. Because we're going to shut it down because we're going to bring the spending under control, and this is how we're going to do it. We're going to shut it down, and we're going to force.
Well, let me ask you: do you know how much of the federal government actually shuts down when they say they've shut down?
No, you got the Defense Department is still open, Social Security is still open, and a few other departments. It's not that much, but what's really scary is,
I think it's about 15%.
If you go back and look at all the money that they've been spending over the years, what's amazing is they're spending a huge amount of money, but they're not hiring any employees. So that tells me how many contractors is the U.S. government employing that's kind of the hidden hand of government.
Well, why do you think some of these Republicans get their panties in a bunch? Because we talk about cutting military spending on occasion.
Well, if you look at the Constitution, it says we don't have a standing army. It has to be authorized every 2 years. The reason for that was if you want a standing army, you're going to have an income tax. If you're going to have an income tax, you're going to have mad people. So we're going to give the populace the right to join the militia to fight our wars, and we don't have a standing army. Well, we lost that after World War I.
Well, I was about to say, we do have a standing army. And reauthorization or no, we have a standing military. Vicky and Steve and DeMarc coming up in moments. I will say this to Bo. Bo, toward your point, understand the natural state of being for government is to grow. I want that to wash over you for a minute while McMorey does the news. The natural state, the natural condition for government is to grow. It is unnatural, which is why it is so dadgum difficult to stop it from growing, much less to shrink it. Just to stop it from growing takes great effort. Now imagine what type of effort it would take to pay this $34 trillion back to ourselves. Next to impossible. Back in a moment on Super Talk.
.232, I'm Mac Maury with your top stories. Mostly sunny today in Nashville, currently 68 degrees. Got a full forecast in 2 minutes. The U.S., Egypt, and Israel reaching an arrangement to let humanitarian aid into Gaza, the region in crisis amid Israeli airstrikes in response to the Hamas attacks nearly 2 weeks ago. Egypt agreeing to admit people with foreign passports and dual nationalities. Matt Rivers in Cairo.
Now that there is an agreement to send aid from Egypt into Gaza, the question for the Egyptians has been, will they allow those with foreign passports and dual nationalities out? They say that they will. That is part of this agreement. But a lot of open questions. How long will the border be open for? How many of those with foreign passports and dual nationalities are on the other side? And how long will it take the Egyptians to process each and every one of those people during a vetting procedure?
Right now in Nashville, Metro Police out with an urgent message to owners of certain cars.
If you own a Hyundai or Kia, police say you need to call the dealership ASAP to schedule anti-theft software upgrades. There has been a spike in car thefts linked to a viral social media trend showing how you can start Hyundais and Kias without a key. Police say from this time last year, there has been a 410% increase in Hyundai and Kia thefts in Nashville. The upgrade is for models with a turnkey to start ignition system in the 2011 to 2022 years. Nearly 4 million vehicles are eligible for this upgrade. It is free of charge. Ken Weaver, WTN News.
And that is the latest news. Weather's next. I'm Mac Maury, WTN News.
Hey everybody, Dan Mattis with Nashville's Morning News on WTN. I'm here at the Nashville Rescue Mission doing the interviews that I look forward to doing every single year. These are incredible stories of people who have had amazing recoveries. Thanks to this amazing facility, they are able to get clean and lead a more productive life. The date of our annual radiothon is going to be Monday, November 20th. Listen in and please donate. You can get more information at 99.7 WTN, including a link to the website for Nashville's Rescue Mission.
The Dr. Gill Center for Back, Neck, and Chronic Pain Relief wants to see you. Are you suffering? Are you suffering from, example, knee pain, or hip pain, or elbow pain, or shoulder pain, or back pain? Of course, the Dr. Gill Center is here for you. They are pain relievers through and through. And for over 30 years, Dr. Gill and his team of professionals have been helping people just like you alleviate that pain and live a pain-free life without having to take pills over and over again on a regular basis. It's why for years the slogan was always, don't take a pill, call Dr. Gill. And I encourage you to do just that. Live pain-free the right way, without pills, without needles, and without the call for surgery. 615-882-4838. Here's what I want you to do. Schedule that appointment. Mention my name. Mention Pain Relief. You'll get a discount on your initial consultation if you mention me and you mention Pain Relief. 615-882-4838 for the Dr. Gill Center. Tell them I sent you to the Dr. Gill Center for Back, Neck, and Chronic Pain Relief in Franklin. Super Talk 99.7 WTN. You know, I don't know who needs to hear this right now, but I'm going to say it. Now, this is the same guy that came on the air at 12:00-something and was just yelling and screaming, and it's all going to hell in a handbasket, and it's all over. Was it over when the Germans bombed Pearl Harbor? But I'm going to say this. I've turned a corner after 2 hours and 40 minutes, and I believe there is hope. I believe there is opportunity. I believe there is a chance that we got to get out of this and keep our country intact. I also believe that tomorrow is a First Amendment Freestyle Friday, and we got Friday Mac Attack coming. We got some fun. We got Fry J coming, and we have peanut butter and mayonnaise sandwiches coming. So, I mean, there's all that. Mark is next in Hermitage. I just want to leave you with a little bit of hope before I hand off to Brian Wilson. Hey, Mark, how are you?
Well, sir, I love you guys. Appreciate you taking the call. I was listening to the proportionality conversation. I learned that when I was 10 years old, watching Star Trek, the original Star Trek, the episode where Kirk and Spock go down to a planet that's at war with another planet. They've been warring for 20 years. And what they've decided is to use a computer to tell who got killed, and they all walk into a chamber and die, and that way they can support their civilization. Of course, Kirk and Spock wrecked their computers, and now they're faced with the horrors of war, which is what it should be. That's why you don't want to do it. You don't cut a baby's head off and not expect something bad to happen. Why don't people wake up? And the whole thing with the politicians and the news people and the proportionality, I'm going to bet 90% of them never were even in the military. What's facing in the war? It drives me crazy. Get back on television and watch it on Star Trek and learn what you need to know.
Mark, thank you. I missed a little bit of that, but I caught the most of it, and thank you for the comment, and thank you for the I was a little bit distracted because there's some breaking news going on as we speak that there's a possibility of a third vote today. They're now claiming after conversation, and maybe a bunch of people called the White House, maybe a bunch of people called the Capitol switchboard and blew it up. I don't know. I was also a little bit distracted by, and I understand that nobody's listening to me behind the glass there right now, but for those of you telling me that the Germans didn't bomb Pearl Harbor, I know. I think you missed it. I think maybe you didn't see the movie. I don't know. But I'm there with you. Vicky is next up. Vicky, thank you for your call.
Hey, Mother Trucker on the line. After I heard you earlier, and I appreciate your ranting, as you call it, because all Americans need to get fired up over what's happening in our government right now. So I wrote a message to my representative, which I've never done, and I blasted him. And so I'm going to take credit for them doing an extra vote today if they do, because I told him he needs to get very loud and make everybody stay in there until they get it done and come out with a unanimous decision, because otherwise I'm going to make it my mission to reach out to everyone I know to not vote in another incumbent when they come up for re-election, because this is getting ridiculous. They're worse than 12-year-old girls. And I know because I used to be one. So anyway, I'm really fed up with our government.
Well, I have a little bit of hope. I mean, maybe it's misplaced hope. As frustrated as I was earlier today, I'm trying to be as hopeful as possible now, Vicky. And we're getting a smattering, at least, a few bits and pieces of what might come out of today. Jim Jordan says he's still running for Speaker of the House. Earlier today, we were told that the majority of people in the halls of Congress, at least on the representative side, were ready to punt on this and keep the temporary speaker in place for a couple of months. That frustrated the you-know-what out of me. The word on the street now, and I'm just looking at some text messages as they come in, the word on the street now is that the possibility exists that there will be another vote. Maybe not today, but maybe tomorrow. I'm getting a lot of differing information in real time as we conduct the radio show. I stand by what I said earlier. I am as disillusioned as I've been in a long time over the lack of conservatism in Washington, D.C. There are no real conservatives in Washington, D.C. Conservatism is this year, let's pass a budget that spends 102% of what we spent last year. That's not conservative politics, especially when you're $34 trillion in debt. And what you get, if you get a temporary speaker in Patrick McHenry, I stand by this, you almost guarantee, I said will guarantee earlier today. Yeah, I think you do. You guarantee an omnibus spending bill. You guarantee that you don't see separate appropriations, which already might be baked in anyway. You guarantee an open checkbook for Ukraine. You guarantee an open checkbook for Gaza, which means that Hamas will be getting money. You guarantee that there will be no effort in the near term to solve the border crisis, which is killing so many Americans on a day-to-day basis, either through human smuggling and human trafficking or drug smuggling or drug trafficking. And you will see no effort to stop the out-of-control spending and tackle the deficit. The bottom line is, by doing this, if the GOP does this, they put a lid on 2023. I mean, we talk all the time about Joe Biden putting a lid on his day at 12 o'clock. But now, new news coming out of Washington, D.C., that Jordan's still in it to win it, and there may be a vote. Who knows? We'll find out together. I know that I need a break from Washington, D.C. We could all use one. But not this way. Not like this. You remember the scene from The Matrix? Where, if you've never seen The Matrix, what a great... And by the way, a lot of you have obviously never seen Animal House. Belle, you ever seen Animal House? If I can get your attention on the radio show for just a second. Thank you.
Oh, are we on?
I made reference to the Germans bombing Pearl Harbor, and I'm getting a lot of people telling me that the Germans did not bomb Pearl Harbor on the super text line.
Of course they did.
Well, was it over when the Germans bombed Pearl Harbor? Of course it wasn't.
No.
Nah, don't stop him. He's on a roll. But in the Matrix, which I think is a fabulous feature film, my favorite scene in The Matrix is most of our favorite scene in The Matrix, when he finally sees what he needs to see and understands how to control the Matrix and stops the bullets, which is a pretty cool scene. But my second favorite scene is pretty sad, that when the traitor, I forget what his name is pulling the plug on those that are in the Matrix, and the blonde in all white, I don't know the names, but she looks up at Neo and says, "Not like this. Not like this." And he pulls the plug and she dies.
It's very reminiscent of when Patton wiped out the Japanese at the Battle of the Bulge.
Yes. I had moved on from that.
No, that we never let that go.
But if you know the scene I'm talking about, there's such a sadness in the way that she delivers the line that I'm willing to die 1,000 deaths against my enemy. But you're telling me my friends have betrayed me? And that's the way I feel today. I feel like that character in The Matrix. Not like this. Not like this. 7422 says Animal House was a dirty movie. Well, yeah. I mean, yeah.
When you were talking about the movie, you were talking about Joe Pantoliano's character?
The one that was the traitor?
Yeah.
That wanted to go back into the system.
Yeah. And they were bribing him with
reinsert him.
steak.
Yeah,
and
right. And and he started unplugging people while they were in the ship. It is 2:50 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I'm going to call it I'm going to call a lid on it. You know what? If Congress doesn't have to work, I'm not working anymore. I'm handing it to Brian Wilson next on Super Talk. I feel over the last 3 hours I've opened a wound. Perhaps Brian Wilson can be the ointment to that wound. I don't know. I don't know. Brian, it's been a rough day. I've been frustrated today based on the lack of activity and the lack of sense of urgency in Washington, D.C. Help me, man. Help me.
Well, I'm going to give you a state of play in just a few moments with Representative John Rose. I was talking to him before the show, and it's a very complex situation. And quite frankly, at this particular moment, if somebody asks, what's going on in Washington with regard to a speaker, I would have to say it's unclear and it's uncertain what will happen in the next few hours. We could have a vote today, but it's not at all clear that that's going to happen. It is so fluid right now. I mean, think about it. McCarthy ousted. Scalise is not acceptable. Jordan has had 2 tries and can't get across the goal line. And now there's talking about, maybe we make the speaker pro tem, give him some special powers. And I'm hearing that didn't meet muster in the caucus meeting this afternoon. So it's not at all clear what's going to happen, but a potential third vote for Jordan might take place this afternoon is what I'm hearing.
Well, that would give me a little hope. You know what? The last thing we need is for the Republicans to decide, and I've been putting it in this way on purpose, because I think if you pick Bowtie Boy to be the temporary speaker,
I don't trust anybody who wears a bow tie.
No,
I just quite frankly, can we just start there?
We are in concert. The afternoons on Super Talk are in unison on that front. All right. Well, we look forward to listening to John Rose, Congressman, and we look forward to listening to you. Thank you, Brian. Appreciate you, man. Brian Wilson coming up in mere seconds, right after Mac Morey with his newscast at the top of the hour, 3 o'clock. Listen and learn from The Drive on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Maybe some activity. And, of course, the presidential address. I'm certain that Brian will be speaking on that. The President of the United States speaking from the White House later on tonight. I'll miss it. I'll be at the Symphony with Trisha Yearwood. And a First Amendment Freestyle Friday is tomorrow. Until then, have a wonderful afternoon. Hug your loved ones. We'll talk to you tomorrow at high noon, folks. So long.